Right. So it looks like everyone's here. All the counselors. Yeah. Counselors, are you ready?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I am.
I am.
Same.
Council Payne. All right. Thank you all for joining us today. There were 2 work groups formed from members of council, myself and Vice Mayor McGill and Councilor Snook, the Imagining a Just Cville working group and the Marcus Alert working group. And today, after many months of trying to figure these systems out and what changes that we could influence and answers to questions about what we couldn't influence, we are here today to just do an initial presentation. We had originally hoped that this would happen back in April, so that just gives you some insight. And I think you'll hear from both groups that this is just the beginning and there is a lot of work to do. So thank you for joining us. And Ms. Thomas, would you do roll call, please?
Mayor Walker,
Present.
Vice Mayor McGill,
Here.
Councilor Hill,
I'm here.
Councilor Payne,
Here.
Councilor Snook,
Here.
All right, thank you. So you all know I never read, so I'm going to try to stay on task and read my remarks. So bear with me. But first, I would like to say thank you to our group members. For many months since October 2020, we've met for between 2 hours and 15 minutes to 2 hours twice per month. We started out with a larger group of community members who had been negatively impacted by our criminal justice system. Many of them did not attend for the entire time, but we benefited greatly from their intellectual contributions. And I've been able to check in with many of them from time to time to get feedback. And even though they did not attend many of our sessions, our discussions were more meaningful because of the time they shared with us. And to all of you who endure countless hours and difficult and challenging conversations, thank you. And it saddens me that we won't be able to continue this work together. Our group members was Sherry Henley, Joy Johnson, Raylaja Waller, Nicholas Fagans, Martez Tolbert, Stacy Washington, Whitmore Merrick, Latasha Smith, Jay James, Harold Foley, Herb Dickinson, Neil Goodlow, Jeff Fogel, Janice Redinger, Jordy Yeager, Dr. Brackney, Elizabeth Murtaugh, Kaki Demick, Joe Platania, Nina Anthony, Kina Thomas, and Maxilia Robinson, our clerk and deputy clerk, provided us staff supports throughout our meetings. And I just want to say again, thank you all. And whether you attended one meeting or every meeting, I value your contributions and look forward to working with you in the future. The Imagining Just Cville work group agreed that there's missing information from the DMC report, but instead of focusing our request on funding more research, which we do recommend, we started focusing on the group members and the power that they held in their fields. We then spent a lot of time talking through what immediate changes they could make in their departments. We focused on issues that they had the power to change without getting buy-in from others or that required legislative changes from the state and federal government. It was powerful to watch. Primarily, this resulted in a focus on the police department, the public defender's office, the prosecutor's office, and requests from community members on what grassroots startup and funding were needed in the community. Chief Brackney received a lot of criticism throughout the entire process. Thank you, Dr. Brackney, for showing up meeting after meeting and dealing with some of the hostility that you received even within our group. Really appreciate that you stayed the course. We also took a deeper dive into, I said that, the community members' main focus were investments in programs that increase social cohesion and well-being and work to prevent any interactions from ever happening with the criminal justice system. It was important for community members to have the resources to create grassroots program and work to change the trajectory of community members' lives. No one wanted to only recommend more research, but we all acknowledge that a more complete understanding of the past will require further research and will help us avoid making some of those same mistakes in the future. I asked the group members to believe and stretch themselves in order for us to explore solutions that may seem impossible. It was important to me when I convened this group that we hear from the community, honor their perspective, their humanity, and follow their lead. The group fully supported and believed in that mission, and it became the foundation of all of our discussions, even when community members did not attend the groups. As I've stated throughout my time on council, the healing that needs to occur in Black and other vulnerable community members require that we shift. It requires that we invest and support individuals who understands the struggle of those community members best. If people who consider themselves the experts shift their mindsets and come to understand what truly being of service mean and provide support as requested, lives will begin to change. We covered a lot of topics. We went through every point in the criminal justice system and discussed from engagement, from the initial interaction with police officers to what happens when someone returns home from prison, jail or prison. And we have 3 key recommendations, 4 recommendations that I'll discuss at the end of the meeting. And again, to all the group members, and I thank you so much. And it has just been, even though it was late at night, 6 to 8:30, most nights, I really appreciate the time we spent together and the conversations we had. And I hope that our efforts, we will see some changes in the future. So thank you. Next up, we have mass incarceration in world-class city. I did a similar presentation at UVA that I titled the same thing back in, I think 2018, probably mid 2018. And so we have, let's see, waiting for, hold on just a second. Hold on, one of the panelists is having some trouble getting on. Hold on just a sec.
Mayor Walker, while you're looking at that, we had a few people join who I didn't have first and last names for. So if you look at the panelist list by clicking on the participant button, you can rename yourself by hovering over your name and clicking the More button. That way everyone can see your names. But if you're driving, as I see one of our panelists doing, that may be a challenge. So you can also send us a chat message. Thank you.
All right. Oh, something just happened. Wanda and Rajan, are you ready?
Yes, I'm here. I'm just trying to put my name on there.
Technology is so much fun.
I'm here.
Okay. And I saw Rajan, but he's,
Yeah.
is he still here? Okay, so what we'll do while we wait, we can move on to the next session, and right after that, we'll come back to this part of the presentation. So next we'll have Neil Goodlow discuss the research that he's been doing in the community for quite a while, and that helped influence a lot of our discussions within the Imagining Just Cville group. So we have 10 key findings.
Let's try unmuting myself. Thank you, Mayor. And I express my appreciation to City Council for giving me the opportunity to present this information tonight. I am trying to close this. I'll minimize it. There we go. My name is Neil Goodlow. I am the criminal justice planner for the Jefferson Area Community Criminal Justice Board. In that capacity, I also serve the Albemarle-Charlottesville evidence-based decision-making policy team, which is a group of high-level criminal justice leaders in Charlottesville and Albemarle County who get together once a month and discuss criminal justice policy and practice and how we might be able to collaborate to produce better outcomes for the citizens of Charlottesville and Albemarle County. Tonight, I come to you to present the findings of a 10-year trend analysis of crime, arrests, and incarceration by race. Every piece of data you see tonight is Charlottesville specific. There is nothing from any other jurisdiction in here. So all of the numbers that you are seeing and all the percentages that you are seeing will pertain to Charlottesville crime rates, Charlottesville arrest rates, and Charlottesville incarceration figures. But first, a little bit of background. At the beginning of 2020, the consulting firm MGT presented to City Council the results of a study that was done to determine, using a matching strategy of similarly situated inmates, one black and one white, in every other respect as similar as the research team could make that match, to determine, once other factors were controlled for, whether there was disparity found at any points in the criminal justice decision process. And in fact, that study revealed that in 6 of the 7 areas studied, there were disparities found, and they include severity of principal charge, number of companion charges, bond and hold decisions, the length of an inmate's stay, findings of guilt, and sentence length, including the suspended sentence. They did not find disparity in active time to serve given by the courts. What makes this study different is the MGT study was a point in time study from using 2014 to 2017 data. This data covers a much longer time frame from 2011 to 2020, and it seeks to do 2 things. One is to see what disproportionality may exist between Black and white arrestees and inmates, and to see if those ratios have changed over the last 10 years. I make no attempt to do regression analysis, as was done in the case of the MGT study. It is frankly beyond my professional abilities, and I'm not going to attempt to do anything that I cannot do accurately. What you will see tonight are true numbers which represent disproportionality. So all of these are tallies. The 10 key findings in the study, and I will then go into some data that supports each one of these. Reported crime is down significantly in Charlottesville over the last decade, down across a broad variety of different charge types. And it is down especially when compared to other Virginia cities of comparable size. The number of Charlottesville arrests also decreased by similar percentages among Black and white people over the decade. By the way, the reported crime statistics are not available by race, so I do not have a comparison of reported crime by race, but I do have comparisons by arrest and incarceration. One of the findings that's been emerging over the last couple of years now is that younger people, both Black and white, are getting in trouble far less often than they used to. And their numbers of both arrests and incarceration have fallen sharply over the decade. On the entire opposite end of the age spectrum, however, the number of individuals age 50 and plus at the Albemarle Charlottesville Regional Jail is rising, and in fact is the only age group to experience an increase in bed day expenditures. This appears to be particularly true for Black arrestees age 55 or older. As a result of fewer arrests, there have also been fewer intakes of inmates into ACRJ who are there on Charlottesville responsible charges. These intakes have fallen slightly more so among white inmates than among Black inmates. And Black inmates were increasingly taken into the jail on more charges per intake than white inmates. In 2011, there was virtually no difference between the two, and there was fairly substantial difference by 2020. Black inmates were also significantly less likely to be either released on bond or under pretrial supervision than were white inmates throughout the decade, from one end to the other. Average length of stay fell among Black inmates while rising modestly about 3% among white inmates, but still on average in 2020, Black inmates were serving jail sentences that were a little more than 24 days longer than white inmates. Percentage of Black inmates on Charlottesville charges increased with each length of stay. And that's an important consideration. I'll spend a little time there. Bed day expenditures dropped significantly among both Black and white inmates from 2011 to 2020. But through all of these statistics, there is a disproportionality that endures from 2011 to 2020. The good news being that Charlottesville's footprint at the jail is smaller. Charlottesville's number of arrests are smaller. The number of individuals being taken into the jail is smaller. The amount of time that they're staying is smaller, but the size of the two populations in the jail as a percentage of the total in 2020 is equivalent to that in 2011. So smaller footprint, but similar disproportionality to 10 years ago. So first, a word about racial demographics. There have been some issues in comparing census data between 2010 and 2020. Some of those were built into the 2020 census, which asks questions in a different way and allows individuals to identify as multi-racial or multi-ethnic. In addition, demographers added some intentional noise to the 2020 census data to protect individual household identities. And I have no way of knowing how much, if any, that noise influenced the census data by race in the city. And finally, 2020 was conducted during a pandemic, which caused a number of difficulties for the Census Bureau, and in particular in college towns where many of the students were not present to be counted. So we do not know what impact this undercount in the census what impact it may have on the overall percentages of Black and white residents of the city. But what we do know is that generally speaking, somewhere around 1 in 5 individuals in Charlottesville identifies as Black. Fewer in 2020 than in 2010, and the Census Bureau is reporting an actual loss of Black population in the city of 888 individuals during the 10 years. But again, the Weldon Cooper Institute cautions against making direct comparisons from 2010 to 2020. So we can't compare this to reported crime data. And reported crime data is assembled through the Uniform Crime Reporting process. It's a process that's used nationwide. It's used by every law enforcement agency in Virginia, and it identifies a crime known to law enforcement. It does not require the individual to be arrested, so it is generally considered one of the better methods of looking at the true nature of crime in a community, although I will acknowledge that there are crimes that are not reported, and I don't have any data on that, so I cannot say what percentage of all crime is reported crime. So when we look at crime rates per 1,000 residents, we find that Charlottesville's crimes against person dropped 40%, crimes against property down 41%, crimes against society, which are dominated by drugs and weapons charges, were down even stronger at 52%. And when we compare these rates, crimes against person down 40% compared to a 14% decrease in comparable cities. Crimes against property down slightly more than comparable cities. And crimes against society actually running counter to a trend in comparable cities, down 52% compared to an increase of 20% in comparable cities. Arrest rates followed a fairly similar theme. Down strongly crimes against person, down strongly crimes against property, and down strongly crimes against society. And we can see that the decreases between Black arrestees and white arrestees in Charlottesville were very similar, although you will notice that the blue line represents Black arrestees, the orange line represents white arrestees. There's significantly higher numbers of Black arrestees in Charlottesville throughout the decade, and this does not factor in the fact that Black Charlottesvillians make up less than 1 in 5 of the city's residents. Same thing holds true for property crimes. There was 1 year when numerically whites outnumbered blacks in arrests for property crimes, but generally they were down a consistent rate and down an identical rate for crimes against society. When we look at the age data for both Black arrestees and white arrestees, the numbers plummet over the decade. There were 234 arrests of Black arrestees in Charlottesville, reported to Virginia State Police in 2001. And granted, it was a COVID year, but in 2020, that number had dropped to 38, but it had also been very low the 2 preceding years. And the same holds true for young white arrestees. On the entire opposite end of the spectrum, though, the age spectrum, were significant increases for Black arrestees age 55. There were also increases among white arrestees, but they were not nearly as significant. And you will notice that these 2 eldest age groups, both Black and white, were the only groups to show an increase in the number of arrests over the last 10 years. There's also a second group of arrest data that the Virginia State Police compiles. It's Group B arrests. These are generally less serious crimes, but they also show a similar decrease, and that decrease is nearly identical for both Black and white arrestees. We move on to jail data. I have records for every booking and release at the jail from January 1st of 2011 through December 31st of 2020. And those are all filterable by race, gender, age, charge, jurisdiction. And it allows me also to calculate length of stay by race. So the first thing I want to look at is intakes, and these are people. And intake is a person who is taken into the jail, processed. They may be released almost immediately, but their booking is recorded at the jail. And as you might expect from the arrest data and reported crime data, the number of intakes at ACRJ has dropped 30%. This means the number of human beings who are being arrested on Charlottesville charges and taken to the jail for processing has dropped 30% over the last 10 years. Much of that just in the last 3 years. Down more for white inmates than Black inmates, although that difference is not statistically significant. And when I look at booking types by race, this is very busy. This is the raw data. But what it shows is, so these are arrests on the top 10 booking types for Black inmates. These are for white inmates, and sizable drops among Black inmates in alcohol charges, narcotics, and operator's license charges. Sizable increase in probation violations, and the greatest increase among weapons charges. For white inmates, down 57% for alcohol, also down strongly for DUI, down strongly for operator's license offenses, and to a lesser extent, down for narcotics and fraud. So when an individual is taken into the jail, they can be booked on 1 charge, they can be booked on 20 charges. And I was interested in looking at that booking to intake ratio to see if I could see differences in the number of charges per intake that inmates were being booked in on by race. And you can see at the beginning of the decade, there was virtually no distinction between black and white inmates in terms of the number of charges they were being booked in on. But as the decade progresses, while both of these trend lines are rising, the black booking to intake ratio rose at 3 times the rate that the white booking to intake ratio rose. I also wanted to understand a little bit better about how pretrial release rates might differ between black and white Charlottesville inmates and whether that was changing over time. Both decreased slightly, but you will notice that throughout the duration, white inmates were bonded more frequently than black inmates were. Next, I looked at average length of stay, and average length of stay is a function of a person's length of stay averaged among all individuals of each race. And you will notice that over time, the average length of stay of a black inmate has been dropping, down 16% over the decade. The average length of stay of a white inmate rose very slightly, up about 3%, but still a significant gap exists in the average length of stay between black and white inmates of more than 24 days, longer sentences being served by black inmates in 2020. So I also wanted to look at length of stay by race in a little different way. And what I did is I took the black jail cohort and the white jail cohort, and I cut them up into length of stay bins. And as you can see, here's a length of stay bin of individuals serving less than a day. And this is actually 33% of inmates are gone within 24 hours. They are predominantly white. And the number of white inmates who were in this length of stay bin dropped 48% during the decade. The number of black inmates in this length of stay bin dropped 45%. So virtually no difference between the percentages on one side or the other. The pie just got smaller. But as we increase length of stay, here's 1 to 7 days, here's 8 to 30, here's 31 to 90, and here's 90 plus, the blue side of the pie gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, even though along most of these trend lines, there were drops that were either identical between the two groups. And again, pie gets smaller, but the arrangement of the pie stays virtually the same. Here's a category in which white length of stay dropped a little bit more than black length of stay. But in the next one, the only category in which average length of stay actually increased, white length of stay increased more than black, the black rate did. And there was an identical drop in the longest length of stay category between between black and white inmates. So all of this adds up. Oh, one more thing. What happens after 90 days, after 180 day, what after 365, or some inmates even serving 2 years locally at the jail? There is a cohort, and it's a fairly small cohort, that gets transferred into the Virginia Department of Corrections. And in recent years, there has been a decrease in those transfers among both black and white inmates. The reason I didn't calculate a percentage change is that starting in March of 2020, DOC stopped coming to get anybody. So this is an artificial result right here. However, you can observe that the blue line stays well above the red line or the orange line all the way to 2019. And the last thing I looked at is bed day expenditures. Bed day expenditures at the jail dropped 36%. And the way a bed day expenditure is calculated is you take the number of people who were brought into the jail and then you multiply that by their length of stay. And that produces the bed day expenditure. And since we have a reduction in intakes and a general reduction in average length of stay, then that produces a 36% increase in all of the bed days that the city expended over the last 10 years. And this has a direct impact on jail cost. As Charlottesville's footprint gets smaller at the jail, if Albemarle counties and Nelson counties stay the same or grow larger, then those two jurisdictions are responsible for more of the cost year to year to run the jail. And you can see that bed days expended were down equivalent amounts between Black and white inmates. So all of this suggests that crime is down in the city, at least reported crime is down in the city. Arrests are down in the city. Incarceration's down in the city. All of them substantially. And all of them in a way that does not appear that they are significantly influenced by COVID. These are longstanding trends. They've been going on for a long time, and they hew fairly closely to the trend line, which suggests that they're fairly durable. However, while there are fewer number of people incarcerated, it has not significantly changed the disproportionality between the number of Black people being arrested and incarcerated and then the number of white people being arrested and incarcerated in the city. And it also bears repeating that while the intake and average length of stay and bed day expenditures are all down sharply for Black inmates, they still are disproportionate to the white cohort of the jail when we look at their the demographic representations of both races in the Charlottesville population and even in the population of adjoining jurisdictions. And that's my presentation.
Thank you, Neil. And just for the individuals in the audience, you'll be able to ask questions. Someone has already texted me with a question, so you'll be able to ask questions at the end of the presentation. Right. All right. So now we'll try to get back to our just a family's local experience. Okay, Wanda, Rajan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right. And so you all have often heard me talk about that even my family and the experience that we've had in this community, and especially through the criminal justice system. So I asked two of my cousins and younger cousin, so three total, but my cousins and Rajan is my older cousin's son. Wanda is one of my favorite people, in the world. So when we were younger, you did not see either one of us without each other. And Rajan and Wanda, Rajan is Wanda's nephew. Rajan, their mom has 3 children, and 2 of them, my aunt, my dad, and Wanda's mom are brother and sister. And 2 of them spent a significant time in federal prison from a 1997 arrest with Jade. And they are just 1 year and 3 years older than I am, and stayed in federal prison until the Obama administration changed the disparity between crack cocaine and powder cocaine. And so the impact that I'm often talking about, and I say it all the time, that I don't know a Native family, a Native Black family from this community who family members, friends, loved ones have not spent a significant amount of time from our local to state and federal prisons. And so I'll give you both just an opportunity to introduce yourselves, and then we'll just talk a little bit. Wanda, you're gonna start?
Yeah, I can start. My name is Wanda Smith. I grew up right here in Charlottesville. I have 1 child. She's 21. Yes, and I have my sister and my brother was incarcerated for is it 13 years? 13 or 14 years. So I was left here to like help raise their children.
All right. John.
How you doing? My name is Rajan Smith, and Nakai Walker is my cousin. Wanda Smith here is my aunt. I did 6 years in federal prison, 5 to 6 years in federal prison, and my aunt was basically there the whole time. All the time that my mom was gone, my aunt was basically my mom and my grandmother. So, and Nakai was a big part of my life. When I made like bad decisions and stuff like that, she was one of the people that like stepped out there and helped me out and took risks with me, even though I was still messing up. And that's why I'm here today, you know, just to show my gratitude and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm from Charlottesville as well. I'm 28. I have 1 year. I have 1 daughter. She's 9 years old. And yeah, that's about it.
And I think just from, you know, what they just shared that briefly, and that's why I asked Wanda to join us, is just the understanding of how families are, and the families who are left, how they are impacted. But Rajan, to just start with you, could you just talk a little bit more about, just to start with, just when you were younger, just growing up without your mom, how was that?
I mean, even though I grew up without my mom, I still had like people there for me and stuff like that, but it was just like a burden. It was just always on me. It was just like stressful. It made me depressed and stuff like that, you know. Mm-hmm. It was really hard, you know, knowing your mom gonna be away, because her sentence was more than what she did. It was like 7 or 8 years more than what she did. So, you know, just having that in your mind coming up and knowing it early as I did, you know, 11, 10, 9 years old and stuff like that, it was hard. But, you know, I grew up and I put my daughter through the same thing. So it's just like, I got like right now I'm trying to fix myself and fix relationships with my family and stuff like that. And it's been hard. And that's also hard. You know, everything about rebuilding after going through things like that is hard. It's not easy. And I deal with emotions and stuff like that and problems within myself behind it, you know. So it's a battle. It's worth it, but it's a battle. It's definitely hard. And it's not easy at all.
So can you just talk a little bit about your dreams and what you had planned to do other than spending a significant time of your early 20s in prison?
I played ball. growing up, I played ball, a lot of basketball. Most people know me out here from playing basketball. I was supposed to go to college and stuff like that. In the same year I was supposed to go to college, you know, I was indicted on distribution charges. So my life just went downhill from there. But, you know, I'm still going. I've played semi-pro basketball for a couple of different teams here in North Carolina. And I'm still working. I'm still trying to get somewhere with basketball. But basketball was always my thing. And them bad decisions and all that stuff I went through, you know, kind of got in the way of it. And my decisions got in the way of it, you know. So
Yeah.
right now I'm just working, I'm building, I'm working hard right now. That's just where I'm at with that.
And what he's leaving out, this is what helps me knowing all the background information. But I was one of those people who would help Rajon through school and talk to teachers and meet with them. And as most of you don't want to talk to me if you're not doing the right thing, he did not want to talk to me if he wasn't doing
Most definitely.
the right thing either. But what every teacher that I ever talked to would say about him is just how brilliant and how smart. And so while he's talking about basketball as his option, he could have done anything. He's an amazing basketball player. And I was talking to this about with someone earlier, you know, some people think they can play, but he's one of those people when you hear the people who make it to the NBA and stuff, who say there are people back home who didn't make it, who was better than I am, that's him. And, but even with that being the dream, he could have done anything. He is brilliant, brilliant mind, very, very smart. And, you know, and his teachers always talked about that when we would meet. Could you talk a little bit about just how your thoughts about being a Black man in Charlottesville and a Black boy, and what was those experiences like?
Well, I mean, when I was coming up, I really didn't pay attention to it. It wasn't until I got older that I started noticing stuff like that. But I will honestly say it's about where you at. For me in Charlottesville, it's about where you at is when you become a target, you know. So if you're in a certain spot of Charlottesville and you look like you blend in there, or you look like, you know, you belong there, or on the way, you know, then you are targeted and looked at a certain way. But if I was certain, you know, if I'm in a certain part of Charlottesville, which is not looked upon as a bad place, then, you know, I'm okay. That's how I feel. I never really dealt with too much racism until all that stuff happened, you know, a few years back. And then I really started seeing stuff, you know. So I'm just adapting to it myself. Honestly, I'm just now learning how to recognize it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because being away in prison and stuff like that, you really see it a lot, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it a lot being incarcerated. It's a lot of politics in there, you know, with that. So, and that goes down to race, like, period. Sometimes where you're from, and sometimes like your race, but I don't know. I dealt with it in there, and then I dealt with it out here. It's not a good experience, and you know, and it's kind of getting bad. It's getting worse in a way because you know things are getting worse, circumstances are getting worse, but there's ways to fix it. I'm one of them people that's willing to help fix it, you know.
And can you talk about a little bit about your friends who may not have the same like family supports that you have? Is their experience different from yours?
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of friends that if they had the opportunities and the support that I had, that they'll probably be, you know, either way ahead of me or somewhere that, you know, that they belong, you know, but it's all about your support system and who actually believes in you. And then sometimes some people got to take the risk on you, know. You might not be the, you know, the best option for somebody, but if you find the right person to take the risk with you and, you know, and they believe in you and push you in the right way, then anybody can be anybody. But, you know, it's definitely, if you got a supporting cast, it's much easier. It's much easier to survive in a place like this. But when you don't, and you going away and you're doing these stints in prison and coming back to nothing and no family and stuff like that, it's hard, you know.
Yeah.
And it's not easy to adapt.
Yeah.
It's not at all. And I've had all that support and stuff like that, and still consider, you know.
Yeah. I'll just interject here again. You know, my family and the way they have, no matter what and no matter what the struggle is, that they have always made sure that, you know, we were okay. It's just been in an area where things have not been perfect, but you know, our family has a really just very well connected, and it's people who just know how to show up. And so we're gonna get to one of those people right now. Wanda, are you there? I think she may be frozen. So maybe she's gonna call back in, but so throughout the time, which you, oh, there you go.
I'm here.
All right, because you know I was ready to talk. So could you just share a bit about, a little bit more about your experience as being the, you know, one of 3 left home, and then helping to raise your siblings, kids?
So I was 17 when they went away. So it was like raising a child. I was raising a child because my brother, he had young kids, and then it was Rajon, which my mom had him. So we was in the same household. So basically I was raising a child at 17 years old. With my siblings being away, it took a part of me when they went away. So basically I had to be there for them. Going to see them, they needed money, put money on the phone. So it's like I had to do extra at a young age.
And how did that impact you?
I think it kind of stopped me from doing what I wanted to do.
And how has, you know, the process of helping them rebuild once they came home, how was that?
Ooh, it wasn't hard because we had a lot of support. So.
Is there anything else you'd like to share?
No.
Okay. All right. Rajon, is there anything else you would like to share?
No, I would just say thank you for having me on here.
And thank both of y'all for agreeing to come on and talk. I know it's not easy to always, you know, to share, and especially in a room or on a Zoom full of strangers. So thank you. And
Thank you.
Yeah. And just to wrap that, you know, up, I just want to, you know, say, you know, we're the same age, the same people raised us, the same things that have affected them have affected me. And it was possible for me to have their life, and it was possible for them to be a member of City Council and the mayor of Charlottesville. Very smart, you know, brilliant people. And I asked them to come on because that is the story of so many family members in this community. And Neil made a point when he was doing his presentation, and he said an intake is a person. And throughout all of my time trying to maintain employment in Charlottesville, one thing that I've been consistent at whether it was at Region 10 working with a drug court, family treatment court court program or in group homes, or just interfering where people didn't think it was my business. What I have attempted to see, because I know it so personally, and I could never not see it, is that the humanity of the people who other people in positions of power just take as a number, and don't see the person. And the fact that this has happened to every family that we know is the reason why I'm so dedicated and so passionate every day. And, you know, I'm sure if we talk to, you know, even the professionals that are sitting here today, you know, Major Mooney could tell you about Rajon, his friends, and the case from their policing perspective. Joe Platania could tell you from the prosecutor perspective, and as the person who prosecuted cases from his perspective. And I just want you all to understand that even in those positions of power, that when you truly understand systemic racism and the effects that it has on families, that at some point you're going to have to make a decision about whether it is legal in the moment. As I just said, Rajon mentioned his mom was released about 8 years earlier because President Obama's administration decided that it was unfair what previous administrations had done. And his attorney general worked to undo the disparity between whether you were arrested on a crack cocaine charge, which primarily meant that you were Black and brown and lower income, which is not true, but that's what it meant in the criminal justice system. And anyone who works in the system know that is not the case. But a powder cocaine, which is perceived as your higher class, and higher class is often perceived that you don't deserve to do time, and there's more understanding and resources are allocated to you and you get help. And just as the Eric Holder and Loretta Lynch changed it at a federal level, we can either wait until there are more people in office at state and federal levels to change things, or we, in the positions that we are in and with the power that we have, can make decisions and change them on a local level. And there's a lot within the power at every point in the criminal justice system for us to make those changes. So next we have the power and impact of officers' discretion. And, oh yeah, okay. And I'll let, you there, yeah. I'll let Chief Brackney, Dr. Brackney, introduce this point and introduce Nancy Amen. And then Nancy, thank you so much for agreeing to come. And Chief, you already, you know, I thank you for enduring, you know, what you've been through. I've apologized before, but I appreciate that your willingness to continue this work to this point, to do this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the to the rest of the team. It has really been a collaborative effort, and we'll walk through it. Mr. Wheeler, if you can pull up the PowerPoint, please, that Nancy sent to you, that would be most helpful. We're going to talk really about the power and impact of officer discretion, and build a little bit on what Neil just said. If you can go to the next slide. The freedom and power to leverage officer discretion during a police encounter and the long-term impact of those subjected to the authority must be examined through the lens of justice, equity, and community wellness. One of the most powerful tools that an officer possesses is discretion. So since August of 2018, we have tracked and examined the exercising of that power within the ranks of CPD. As you can see here, we'll talk a little bit about the background and historical context. First, by presenting this information, we presented it as early as September of 2018 to council. We examined and asked for community proposals to determine how data might be collected and presented to the public for examination. And then through the creation and hiring of an inaugural position of a Fourth Amendment analyst to eventually analyze every encounter. But the historical perspective and background on this, I have to acknowledge who was often my nemesis in this work, Jeff Fogel, who pushed me and challenged CPD at every level to look at the historical ways in which we did it and went about our work. He pressed through the DMC reports. He often asked me to look at stop and frisk, and then also to really look just not even at the non-officer initiated counters, but where officer discretion could be leveraged with officer or non-officer initiated encounters. And in fact, he actually helped in participating in the background examination, as with Liz and a few other persons who are on this Joe team, to determine how we would collect data and present that in the future. And through the creation and the hiring of the Fourth Amendment analysts to examine every encounter, those encounters from outside sources like 911, and those in which the officer had the sole determinant to determine whether or not they were going to engage with a person. If you look at the stop and frisk information, we took a lot of background information and created a database for the first time, which could be searchable and then could be public facing, and which we could examine every encounter. If you go to the next slide, what we did through that examination and through that background is we created a standardized way in which we could now use tracking so that someone like Neil could go into our work and do tallies and look at that and possibly look through disparities. We standardize how we identify an encounter, how we attract the encounter, then how we triangulate that encounter through the body worn camera footage, through our CAD notes, our incident reports and photos. And we even had to create codes that literally told us we were involved in an investigative detention and whether that encounter was one that was either non-officer or officer initiated. And we've been doing that now since, posting that since September of 2018. And we have a lot of data in which we've not done a thorough or deep dive or an examination into what officer discretion looks like. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more. We just want you to understand the background of what we're going to be using to present. Nancy's going to present in a very thorough way the information about the study that she's doing and that we're doing as part of this group that could help us inform ways in which we could disrupt negative encounters or entry into the criminal legal system. If you look at the next slide for us, we're going to do, thank you, Brian, a deep dive into discretion. When you just heard Neil say that over a 10-year period, the severity of a principal charge, the number of companion charges, and the intake rates specifically to Charlottesville, which would mean they were an outgrowth of the Charlottesville Police Department, we have to realize that these are points where officers may have some discretion. So in order for us to do a deep dive into discretion, most often we associate discretion with the officer's decision to arrest or not arrest. However, what we found is if you look a little further, if you peel back the layers, discretion is revealed in the way we exercise and leverage the encounter, and then how that encounter translates into the legal system. So when I was presented with the opportunity by Squires Patton Boggs Foundation to host an inaugural Racial Justice Fellow law student focusing on Black community police relations, I was beyond thrilled. And Nancy, who is now a 3L at the University of Texas School of Law in Austin, Texas, where she is vice president of the Muslim Law Students Association, pro bono chair of the Thurgood Marshall Legal Society, a member of the Women's Law Caucus. She is newly elected as the editor-in-chief of the Texas International Law Journal. She serves as the staff editor of the American Journal of Criminal Law. When she said that she was willing to come from Texas to Charlottesville to work with us, and she graciously accepted that offer and has continued to do the work beyond her internship that speaks to the character and the type of fellows that Squires Patton Boggs has put together. So what we asked her to do is, I've asked her to analyze officer-initiated contacts by race and gender. I've asked her to look at the legal reasons for the interventions or the encounter, and to push even further. What were those legal or law outcomes? How were people affected by neighborhood, and what was the legality of the encounter? She also was looking at capturing officer discretion. More importantly, what were their influencers to engaging when an officer had the sole discretion? They were not being leveraged by 911. They were not being leveraged by a witness or a victim. They were just had the sole discretion to encounter. What kind of language did they use? We think of discretion often just as arrest, but the discretion to use language and how language is used, the type of force that's often utilized in response to resistance or otherwise, when they chose to divert from or introduce someone into the criminal legal system when reasonable suspicion or probable cause existed. She then was asked to look at identifying variables or triggering factors associated with discretion, and then track those outcomes by race, gender, what type of defense were they provided with, who the prosecutors were, who the judges were assigned once they were in the system. And then with the purpose of identifying a variable or an influencer to see if we could disrupt when an officer decided to introduce an individual into the criminal legal system, or to divert or off-ramp them and not exercise their discretion. So the whole purpose was, could we mitigate harm or trauma? We just heard stories from the Smith family who's been generationally impacted when a person, most often of color or their family members, are introduced into the criminal legal system. So Nancy, it is with my honor, with my pleasure, and thank you for doing this work. But if you could just share with the rest of the panel and the audience the work that we're doing, and hopefully we'll have the ability to complete.
Thank you so much, Chief Brackney, and thank you to the foundation for allowing me to work at the Charlottesville Police Department this summer, and for the city, Mayor Walker and Chief Brackney for allowing me to continue my research, just because I was so interested in it. It's remarkable research, and I'm lucky to be the one that got placed with CPD. Let's see. Can we go on to the next slide? So this is a quick summary of the data. Although disclaimers, some of the data has not been fully and completely mined, particularly when it comes to the area of legal representation, mostly because I decided to add that within the last few weeks after discussing it with my SPB mentor. So as you can see, in 2019, my sample size was 187 people, and the primary reason for the officer encounters were alcohol, narcotics, and minor and major crimes against property. Of those 187, 15 were consensual. 15 were consensual, 57 were due to reasonable suspicion, and in 115 instances, officers had probable cause. Of the 187, 45 of those cases led to an arrest. And significantly, in 66% of those cases, individuals did not have an attorney. And in 62% of those cases, people were found guilty. In 2020, we see that sample size almost cut in half with 97 people detained. The reasons are the same with the addition of traffic stops, which had a small spike. So those ended up having the same numbers as minor property crimes. And in 2020, we have 7 consensual encounters, and 5 of those are juveniles. And it's important to note that that's over 3 instances. So 3 of those juveniles were encountered once, and then 2 were encountered separately on 2 different occasions. And then Probable cause also increased in 2020. So out of the 97, 64 people were stopped because the officer had probable cause. Law enforcement outcomes, 38 out of the 97 people detained were arrested. And the judicial outcomes here were 70% guilty, not guilty, and dismissed were 3%, and null pros were 27%. However, I think that this is primarily due to the fact that we're seeing less charges. So I actually went back, and again, this data hasn't been fully mined. I'm still wrapping it up. But what I see between 2019 and 2020 is the average number of charges significantly decreasing. So while in 2019, a DUI charge could have 3 charges associated with it, in 2020, it's just 1 DUI charge. Mr. Wheeler, can we move on to the next slide, please? So now I want to highlight some significant cases and take a deeper dive into discretion, focusing again on what Chief Brackney was saying about the language, and also about the inconsistencies about who decides, what officers use to decide who they arrest and who they decide to, again, off-ramp. So this first case, it was the initial reason for the encounter was it was an alcohol-related crime. It was a white female, and she had an accident with a concrete wall. She was injured, she was bleeding, but she was also passed out. She was clearly intoxicated. She had said that that she wasn't the driver, that someone else had driven the car, and she had hopped into the driver's seat afterwards because they took off, which wasn't factual, because there's body camera footage and vehicle footage showing that no one had exited. She was argumentative, rude. She had lied multiple times, citing that her injuries were due to being in a police vehicle, although she had requested to be transported to hospital in that vehicle rather than in an ambulance. And with that being said, even though her blood was drawn, she was intoxicated, the outcome on the legal side was not guilty. And then we have 2 narcotics cases. One of them involved a Black male. He had purchased a $20 bag of cocaine, and officers had been sitting, or I guess had been sitting outside of a house that was known to sell drugs. And so the man had been around that house. He was stopped. A $20 bag was found on him. He wasn't driving, and it was a personal use amount. He ended up being arrested. He was found guilty of a felony charge. It resulted in $998 in fees and 12 months of jail time, which was later suspended. The second narcotics case, completely different outcome, although it was more severe. So the officer had found him passed out in the vehicle with a personal use amount of drugs. He stated that it was a crystal-like substance, and there was a loaded heroin needle. The white male openly admitted to recently injecting a screwball, which was a mixture of heroin and meth, and he was driving. He admitted to it. He had a long history of drug use. The system showed that he was recently involved in a drug investigation in Albemarle. Sorry to butcher that. I'm not from Virginia County. And although I was so easily able to pull up in the system that he had been arrested multiple times, he had this long history of drug use, this resulted in no arrest, which is very problematic in my opinion. And then we had this next case, which really highlights the use of discretion, especially when it comes to language. And even in the arresting stage, we have a white male. He was arrested because he had bottles of mouthwash in his car, and officers suspected that he was intoxicated. He performed very well on the field sobriety test. He was an alcoholic, numerous DUIs. And there is one point in the video where he says that this is his 4th one. And the officer, when giving him instructions on the breath machine, even though the guy has done this 4 times now, he says, "This machine is older than blank. When you blow, do it how your girlfriend does. Blow it like a blank onto that black blank, as you call it." Very unprofessional, The man was taking it as a joke the whole time. The arrest was a joke to him. And although he was found guilty, his charge was also really strange because he admitted that this was his 4th DUI. He only got charged as a 2nd DUI. He had 180 days in jail with 140 of those days suspended, $859 in fees, and his license was suspended for 3 years. This last case did not result in an arrest. It was a consensual encounter. It was a Black male. He was waiting outside of a tennis court. He was making phone calls. An officer approached him. And this was I call it the guilty by association case, because the officer approached him because he had a family member. His brother was recently arrested or had gone to jail, and the officers knew his family. And so the officer kept telling him, like, are you doing anything illegal? Do you have drugs on you? Do you have this? Although the officer had been talking to him for quite some time, nobody had driven by, nobody had come by, nobody had called him. And then you see a circle of officers kind of encircle this man in a threatening manner. And then he gets searched. There's nothing on him. Officers let him go. There's no arrest. Mr. Wheeler, can we move on to the next slide? And this is my last slide. It's about discretion on display. And these two cases are almost identical, exactly alike. However, officer reasoning led to different results. So in the first case, we have a suspected DUI traffic stop. No field sobriety test was administered. The man was a Hispanic male, only spoke Spanish. There had to be a translator on the line. The triggering variables were, honestly, the officer was impatient. He didn't want to talk through the translator. He was very frustrated. The man kept asking the translator questions. The officer didn't want to deal with it. And so he counted it as a refusal to take the breath test in the jail, refusal to do a field sobriety. He refused to do a field sobriety test, even though in reality he wasn't really asked to do it. The question was given to the translator. The translator asked him about it. He asked the translator, "What does that mean?" The officer got frustrated and just moved on to the arrest. And the legal outcome for him was he was found guilty of a DUI. His license was suspended for 1 year, even though in the video it shows that he needed his vehicle to get to work. He didn't live in Charlottesville. There was $439 in fees. However, there was a null pros for the refusal, most likely because the court saw the body-worn camera footage and decided he didn't refuse. He just wasn't given the option, or he wasn't explained what a refusal was. And then we have this case on the right. It's also suspected DUI. It was an accident. There was no field sobriety test administered. The woman was an English speaker. She was a white woman. She says it was her birthday. She was crying. She claimed kids were at home. But what was most significant is that her best friend was an officer, and she told the officers, "This is my best friend. You can call him. I'll call him for you. You can talk to him." And you hear the officers talking about, "Yeah, we know this guy. She's not taking the field sobriety test. And if she doesn't take the field sobriety test, not the PBT test where you have to blow into, but the actual field sobriety test, we have no reasonable suspicion." Although she admitted to openly drinking, she admitted that she might have had too much to drink because it was her birthday. But in the end, she wasn't arrested. And not only was she not arrested, she was allowed to drive, go park her car, and then take an Uber home. So these are two cases almost identical when it comes to like not taking a field sobriety test. But in the first case, he was charged with the refusal. He lost his license, and he was found guilty of a DUI. Where the second case, the woman kind of played on the fact that she was friends with an officer. The officers discussed it. The supervisor even came onto the scene to discuss it, and no arrest was made. So in summary, we still have so much work to do. There's still so much information that we have to go through. However, with the constraints of November 30th being our deadline, that may not be entirely possible, but I think this research is extremely beneficial to Charlottesville, especially when we start looking deeper into these variables and breaking down these variables even further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nancy, and thank you, Madam Mayor. As you can see, discretion really does impact the way officers not only go about the work, the language they use, who they choose to introduce into the criminal legal system, who they will penalize. One person gets to park their car, another person's car is towed, thereby eliminating their ability to have transportation to work. Often don't see the humanity and no empathy for a person who doesn't look like them, who's not crying, who's not in an accident, who doesn't remind them of themselves. The whole reason for the work is when we look at discretion, is there an opportunity that even when a system is racist and biased, and possibly even officers, although we have current op-eds that say that there's no racism in Charlottesville Police Department, and we have heads of agencies who say that racism doesn't exist in policing in Charlottesville or in the system of policing throughout the nation. Just as the quick sample of someone just pulling out 2 years of data that we've decided to collect that was not being collected before, and we're not sure how it will be collected in the future, but just look at 2 years through the lens of someone like a law student who says, I'm going to neutrally look at this and examine those influencers, why we really do need this committee as we imagine a just Cville. So thank you for that opportunity. And Nancy, thank you for the work that you agreed to continue to do at the behest of myself and the mayor speaking with you at length. So thank you. And I see John Oberdorfer is on here from the foundation. Thank you for allowing Nancy to continue to stay with us.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, Nancy. And, you know, I would like to, I have 2 things to say before, you know, we move on, but Nancy, when we met, maybe, was it a week ago, 2 weeks ago? Nancy started getting feedback, I think alerts from friends, you said, about what was happening in Charlottesville. So the decision, you know, to fire the police chief and, you know, made it to her before she heard it from the police chief. And when we spoke, it was attempting to convince her that it was worth continuing this work, not because she didn't see value in it. You see, Nancy, you know, we had talked to her about, can you move here? Because we need, you know, people like you in this community. But really, you know, started her questioning working with a community such as ours. And I bring this up, and I wasn't going to ask Nancy any questions. You're welcome to share if you want.
Yeah, so I think I may have offended you when I hadn't even asked that question. So I've always been interested in public interest work, even though I do want to explore big law. And after what happened with Chief Brackney, people, my friends who know that I've been working with the Charlottesville Police Department, they informed me that her time with CPD has been ended and that Mayor Walker is no longer going to be the mayor. And I had asked both of them, why do you pick towns and cities like Charlottesville to attempt to make a change when you can go to these bigger cities? I'm from New York, so why don't you go to somewhere like New York or Austin, Texas, where it's liberal and there's people that think like you and they will appreciate your work. And perhaps maybe then it could influence these smaller places like Charlottesville. And I don't know if I had offended you with that question, but in my opinion, I felt like, why go through all this emotional labor and just tire yourself out to fix a community that may not even appreciate it? And it kind of made me think, like, is public interest really the way I want to go? What if I go somewhere that doesn't want me there? What if Houston, where my family is now, isn't as liberal as I think they are? Or maybe Austin won't be as liberal 10 years from now, where I'm midway through my practice. So yeah, that was my question to you. Like, should we be going to these places?
Yeah. And my response and Chief Brackney's response were, very similar. But the story that you heard before, and I shared that with Nancy, and some other things when asking her to continue, and very thankful, that she has agreed, and that Chief Brackney, even with all that she's been through, has agreed, because the work is so much bigger than us. And I hadn't seen this presentation yet, but I know those stories from my time working in the system, being on a drug court, family treatment court, and seeing if you're white and female or white and male, that you have very different outcomes. And even those two systems, if you ever make it to those systems, because most of the time you don't, as you can see. And I just asked you all to think back to what Rajan said. He's 28, he spent 6 years in prison. He has a daughter who's 9. And it could have been something as simple as not whether you did something wrong, because most of us have not been perfect and we've done things wrong, but that if you are white and if you are Black or Hispanic, that no one ever sees you. They don't see you, they don't value you, and you're automatically rolled into the system that causes harm to you. And I know there are people who are like, oh, she just mentioned a few people. Oh, it was just, a couple years. But it is significant. And as you listen to the, us continue our presentation and the next group, think about all the lives that have been affected, get stamped with felonies, can't get jobs, miss time from their kids. Think about what Neil said in terms of 55 and older being the population that is filling the local jail here. That means that that's probably a person who started going to prison at Rajan's age, early 20s, and still haven't been able to figure it out. I know some of those stories too. I just hope you all think about it. So next up, we have Joe Platania talking about the reform efforts of the Commonwealth Attorney's Office. Thank you again, Nancy.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Mayor Walker, and thanks to all the other members on the committee. I saw my name on Chief Brackney and Miss Amin's PowerPoint, and the two of them did all the work on that. I didn't participate in any of that. Excellent presentation on officer discretion. At one point, there was a talk, and I think Chief Brackney said this, about severity and number of charges maybe being driven by officer discretion on the front end. I think that there's great interest for Miss Amin and Chief Brackney to then loop our office in on the back end to see, just because a charge might start out at a severity level or a number of charges based on officer discretion, we want to look at where it ends up after it runs through the prosecutor's office. So I'm hopeful Miss Amin will continue with the project, and our office will certainly be a cooperative participant in that important work. I'd also just like to, I've only got 10 minutes, so I'll try and be brief. I'd like to just acknowledge the Smith family and Mayor Walker's comments that, Neil's presentation was a lot of numbers and statistics and graphs, but we're talking about our fellow citizens. We're talking about people and human beings. And I think it's just a good reminder. I can't really say it any better than Mayor Walker did in her comments, that I think that's something that's important for us all to be mindful of as we do this work and look at reforms. So I don't have a PowerPoint, but I do have 3 numbers I want everyone to focus on. And if you want to write them down, you can. The first number is 500. The second number, if you're writing it down, you should write to the left of 500 and you should write 300. And then the third number, if you want to write down to the right of the 500, is 900. So 300, 500, and 900. And just to give a little bit of historical perspective to Neil's presentation, about 15 years ago, so somewhere around 2006, there was a needs assessment conducted at the local jail. And at the time, 15 years ago, the jail population was somewhere around 450 to 500 inmates, and that's Charlottesville, El Morro, and Nelson County. And back 15 years ago, they said, all right, we're going to do a needs assessment and look at population growth and arrest rates, and we're going to do a projection about where you're going to be in 2021, which is where we are now. And the needs assessment predicted 15 years ago that if we continued doing what we were doing and we continued with business as usual, that we were going to need 900 beds at the Charlottesville El Morro Regional Jail. And so about 15 years ago, a bunch of folks got together, many of them who are on this call, and formed an EBDM, evidence-based decision-making team to say, you know, what can we do to hold the line at 450 to 500 and not have to, you know, expand and add new beds and be up to 900. And a lot of that work's been going on by many people for the last 15 years. And I was just on a call, I believe it was yesterday, and I think under roof at the jail right now is 300. And I think there's about 100 under roof that are facing Charlottesville charges. And I'm sort of using round numbers. So how did we as a, and I want to stress something at the outset. Does that mean that there are no problems? Does that mean everything's fine? Does that mean that we don't have structural institutional racism? Does that mean we don't need to tackle reform efforts? No, that is not what I'm saying. I want to be clear that I'm not saying that, and that the work of Mayor Walker's committee is vitally important, and we need to continue with it and, you know, dig deeper and keep doing the hard work and having these conversations. But we did as a community hold the line and now have 300 under roof. And I think Neil talked about the footprint being smaller, the arrests being down, the bookings being down, the length of stay being down. And, you know, you need partnerships amongst people within the system. You need a partnership between the prosecutor and the chief of police and judges and probation and the public defender's office. So a few of the things that we've tried to do in our office to hold the line and even lower the number, we try and reduce all first-time felonies to misdemeanors, to not saddle people with those debilitating and crippling consequences of a felony prosecution and a felony conviction. You know, if there's a violent crime, you know, that's a different story, and we go case by case. But our default in our office is looking at felonies and saying, does this need to be a felony prosecution? Can it be a misdemeanor prosecution? We're trying to reduce the time that people are on District 9 supervision. I believe I read a study that said if someone's compliant for 12 months, continuing them on supervision after the 12 months does more harm than good. So we're advocating as prosecutors for judges to reduce the length of probation from 2 or 3 years to 12 months. They don't always listen. I was in court today on a couple cases and asked for 12 months, and the judge didn't agree. But that doesn't mean we can't continue to ask for decreased time on supervision, which is off-ramping and off-roading people out of the system as soon as possible. We're also asking that people be removed from District 9 earlier and not keep them on indefinitely, 5, 10, 15 years. If they have a violation or something happens and we don't think they need to be supervised in the community, we ask the judge for some sort of a consequence and to remove them from supervision and place them on good behavior. We as a prosecutor can write to the judge and say it's a good behavior violation. They don't need to be monitored by a probation officer. You need supervisor approval to prosecute a mandatory minimum offense. So if Ms. Murtaugh has a client that has a 15-year-old violent felony and is caught with a gun, and they're charged with being a violent felon in possession of a firearm, it's a mandatory 5-year prison sentence. Ms. Murtaugh cannot do a thing about it if the evidence is there to convict her client. Judge can't do anything about it. And it's not just firearm offenses, it's other areas where there's mandatory minimums. So we try to not charge mandatory minimums and leave sentencing up to the judge in many cases to have defense attorneys advocate for their clients and argue for something less than a mandatory sentence. I believe I saw Jim Hingley on the call. We have also, as a system, greatly expanded our use of home electronic incarceration. And that's really a credit to Superintendent Coomer. He's been doing it at no cost to folks where they have a GPS ankle unit on and are able to be at home and at work and not in the jail. And they're still considered in custody serving a sentence. So we've greatly expanded the HEI program. I believe there were 50 people on HEI at last check. And Mr. Hingley, the Albemarle County Commonwealth's attorney, asked Mr. Coomer, and at one point it was 400 plus people that had been released on HEI. I don't know what the number is now, but the number of people out on HEI that had committed new criminal offenses was like 1.5%. So folks are not being released that are out committing new crimes. They're doing well, and they're not getting into trouble. So that's important. We continue to advocate for as many pretrial releases as possible. We don't use cash bonds in Charlottesville or in Albemarle. Sometimes, it takes a defense attorney getting on board, and Ms. Murtaugh is going to talk about that, to get us more information or to get a judge more information. But we favor pretrial release for folks that don't pose a threat to the community. And just, again, really an overall mindset of trying to look at jail as a last resort and not as a first option, I think has allowed us to be down to around 100 folks over at the jail. So those are just a few of the things that we're doing. And, the number going from 500 down to 300, that would not be a success story. And I want to make sure I mention this. And I know Chief Brackney and all folks involved in law enforcement are worried about and charged with keeping the community safe. And so the corresponding dip in the number of folks over at the jail and some of the things going down, they're consistent with, I think there's been a lot of media attention on the shots fired legitimately, but it's consistent with, the crime numbers going down also that Mr. Goodloe talked about. The second thing I want to mention is, again, Jim Hingley and I just met with Martin Coomer, the superintendent of the jail, and the architects that are looking at the jail renovation and improvement. And Jim and I are going to be very publicly involved in advocating for holding the line and keeping the rated capacity of the jail the same, and not expanding or adding more beds, but improving the spaces in the facilities. And there was talk of a community garden and a rec area. So Jim and I are going to be very publicly involved on the jail renovation and holding that line and not expanding and adding more beds. I wish they had more than 3 minutes, and part of that work and part of alternatives to incarceration, you're going to hear about great work being done by Miss Sherry Henley, Jay James at the Bridge Ministry, and Sandra Carter at the Restoration and Hope House. So we need to partner as a system with folks that are providing alternatives to incarceration and programming and residential beds for women for Miss Henley and Miss Carter. So places for folks to go other than jail when they need a place to transition to. And then lastly, Mr. Smith said something about rebuilding is hard. And I once heard a safe and stable community described as a stool with 3 legs, and the 3 legs are enforcement, education, and reentry. And, there is the enforcement of laws. That's part of a safe and stable community. But there's also education and prevention, and then there's reentry. And our office partnered up with a professor at the University of Virginia and Mr. Coomer at the jail. And we just started a Books Behind Bars class. I think there's 20 folks over at the jail taking that class. It's being taught by a UVA professor, and there was a documentary made on it, Seats at the Table. And they're getting college credit from the University of Virginia at no cost. The jail's covering the cost of that. And the logic behind that is a system I think we also need to focus on, what happens to folks when they are released back into the community and have all these hurdles and all these problems, and building some self-esteem and having them have some academic credit, not having to pay for it. We're hopeful that, that's something that is some programming at the jail that helps when folks are released. So I think that's about my 10 minutes, Mayor. And again, thanks for all of your work, and thanks to all of my colleagues on the team over the past year or so.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And we've said this before, and when Martin Coomer came to the group to talk about the jail, he talked about, you know, Home to Hope and Stacey Washington being instrumental in the success that people have had during this pandemic. So that's just another example, you know, outside of the ones that I figure we've heard from Home to Hope enough, we'll hear from other people who I think are going to help us change this community. But they're so vital to us getting this right. And I just want to, you know, say that again. Next up, we have Chief Brackney and Joe Platania talking about one of the recommendations that we'll have is creating a LEAD program in the community. So I'll turn it over.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Wheeler, if you could just pull up the remainder of the PowerPoint, that would be helpful. Thank you. Also to Mr. Wheeler, I had asked, and I don't know if you saw my text, if you could elevate Janice Redinger. She was actually one of the persons on the panelists and will be part of that questioning and answering as we get to the first slide. So if you can go to the next slide for me, please. So part of what I was asked to look at, and Joe and I have had lots of conversations over the past 3 years as we were both arriving in Charlottesville, very similar in time, January of 2018 for him and June of 2018 for me. And what we talked about often was, what were we thinking about? Were we thinking about rehabilitation and opportunities, or were we thinking about retribution? And I've had the privilege of going to speak to one of Joe's classes at UVA. And you know, oftentimes we realized that prior to our arrival, we were doing procedural policing and procedural prosecutions, kind of by the book, right? It was that, you know, there were no conversations around diversion. You just heard the Commonwealth's attorney talk about all of the options to exercise his discretion. And through those conversations, we landed on that we actually had some very mutual ideas and friends and advocates in the criminal legal system. And Joe and I don't know if you'll be able to pop on as we talk about what could procedural and restorative justice in policing, and now with the new push for the 21st century same kind of task force by the Biden administration towards fair and just prosecutions as well. So as Joe wants to jump in there, if he does want to chat just briefly about how we were vision and value aligned around these ideas, which then led us to the possibility for an authentic diversion program that would actually have 2 safe nets. So I can talk about briefly what the first safety net might be. Brian, if you go to the next slide, and then Joe, if you can just pick up how that safety net might work if they do get into the system and we're not able to fully divert and identifying triggering our identifiers and variables for officer discretion. So in 2012, in the city of Pittsburgh, I created an authentic diversion program. That meant pre-arrest, pre any charges, pre any sort of fingerprinting or introducing someone into the criminal legal system. And the way that was started, and Liz Murtaugh and Janice Redinger, and with some spicy input from Jeff Fogel, we're looking at what could those possible identifying charges, those charges we could identify that where an officer had discretion, we could off-ramp them altogether. Yes, a police report might is taken if there's some evidence that's put into the evidence. And then could we give people choices and empower choices to be better and resilient persons if they had options? If you presented someone with an option of, hey, are there some resources and tools that I could have or be given to me and supported versus being introduced into the criminal legal system wherever they are? If they've been previously introduced 100 times or never, is there a way to off-ramp them, particularly if nonviolent offenses, where oftentimes you'll have what is called a victimless crime or something of that. And then how could we empower them to make the decision to opt in or opt out as an option? And where could we do that at several places? One, immediately on the scene with the officers to say, yes, I'm interested in a diversion program, means changing the forms so that literally an officer can check that someone has been given an option to opt in with some qualifying paperwork. And then even possibly at the magistrate's office, that the person is presented with the option again to opt out before they're fully invested into the magistrate system. And the reason being is temperatures, emotions at the original scene may often be elevated. And when you put some time and distance between that space, and then a person is possibly in front of a magistrate, is there some clarity to thought? Is there some emotion? The next step we would do as part of the process is immediately schedule an intake appointment. And then there would be this intake conference. And that would be between, and we would have to identify staff members. These are all in its early stages. In Pittsburgh, I had full staff that I had funded through a foundation, in which the intake person and the subject of the encounter, as part of their conference, would create a resiliency plan around, it could be drug and alcohol, it could be workforce development, it could be resume writing, it could be GED prep, anger management, mental health, helping with housing, all of those things that normally influence why a person may be involved in crime or resorting to criminal behavior. Out of that resiliency plan comes a resiliency agreement. And the reason I call it a resiliency is so that people do have the opportunity to be resilient and healthy and thriving in their communities. And there's an agreed upon pathway forward for that individual as an outgrowth of that original encounter. And then out of that plan is an outtake and processing upon the completion of the plan. What it does provide for is grace. That people do not succeed the first time around. Most of us don't succeed the first time around, even at the most mundane task. If you think about oftentimes when you were first learning to ride a bike and you had the training wheels on, and when someone took those off, that was a healthy exercise. But did you master that skill set? Or did it take lots of practice, lots of support, lots of encouragement from a guardian, a loved one, or someone who was mentoring you for you to be successful? And then when you are outtake and processed out of that original resiliency plan, the original reason for the encounter, court orders for destructions of evidence, so that a person is never entered into the system. We heard from Neil about bed days and the number of days and how it changes significantly after one day for people of color. That one day in a jail, it changes significantly and flops completely over. Now, everyone's going to always say, what about funding? And how do you fund these kinds of things? Well, I'm going to actually, I've had some pretty robust discussions with the mayor and with other persons who fundings. What about vibrant community recipients? The city provides a lot of money to vibrant communities, not-for-profits, who could be part of this authentic diversion if there was some support needed. And more importantly, if the person who was the subject of the diversion wanted to participate in those. Do we make room for that in those funding streams? A creative way is, Joe, we both get asset forfeiture funds, right, that come through the police department and the Commonwealth Attorney's Office. Is it possible to use those funds, not just for the education and training of our staff, but the community and those persons who are diverted, so that we could use those monies in a way that reinvests back into the community? The less people who are introduced into the criminal legal system, that translates to CPD overtime, court savings, for them not being there and they're not paid overtime. And then this also, I've had a move over the last 3 years to civilianize positions that police officers were performing that had nothing to do with policing and those everyday functions of policing that they were originally hired for. For instance, like a Fourth Amendment analyst, accreditation, We've looked at it for training. We've looked at it. We now have for our analysts, our Intel analyst, a lot of the functions in our records management. What might we think about changing or unfunding a single position within CPD as a full-time equivalent to just unfund it? You hold the position to then think about the funding that would then alleviate the burden of officers doing all of the type of paperwork for intake, arrest, charging, et cetera. You actually free them up to do the work that they say that they're interested in doing, and that's policing. So that's kind of how we can do it. It can be funded. It can be very successful, but it says that we are interested in investing in people, and we are authentically diverting people and off-ramping people. And we saw the impact of discretion. What happens if we remove some of that discretion so that we can, you may not be able to train out implicit bias or explicit biases within systems or individuals, but if you take some of that discretion away and it's agreed upon, what is the type of resiliency you could do? What type of harm could you reduce? And I'm moved every day because my family has been heavily impacted, although I do policing. My family has been heavily impacted by being introduced into the criminal legal system and always seems to be trying to find their way out of it, particularly my nephews and my cousins, males. And what does that decimation do to families if someone had given them an opportunity to empower them to opt out of the system? I believe if it was a healthy system and a robust system and one in which they actively were participating in, then you could create a more just Cville. Jeff?
Thanks, Chief. Hard to top that or add anything to it. Chief Brackney used the words disruption and diversion, and we all know what she means by diversion. And once you're sort of in the system, the criminal legal system, your options are limited, and it's harder to do stuff, and you have less flexibility. And so, of course, diversion, like the chief just talked about, is before people hit that system. But you also use the word disruption, and I think the disruption part in that is disrupting the cycle of, in the court system, arrest, prosecution, release, re-arrest, re-prosecution, re-release after you serve time. And those are the 55-year-olds. We never figured out a good way to divert and disrupt their involvement in the cycle. And I think that's what Chief Brackney was just talking about. And you need partnerships. She talked about being vision and value aligned. You have to have a police chief and department that's on board to do that work. And all the hard work's by the police department, by the way. And then you need a prosecutor's office that is also vision and value aligned with and supportive of the work of that police department. I think we have that here in this community. But thanks, Chief. That was all you. Again, my name's on the PowerPoint. We should probably scratch it out. Mayor, you're muted if you're talking to us.
I definitely was talking to myself. Thank you. I said thank you to both of you. And then I was introducing Liz to talk about one of our other recommendations, which is to make sure that people have access to defense if they are introduced to an adequate defense if they're introduced. So we have participatory justice, a request for funding and I did make a phone call to Diantha McKill with the Board of Supervisors today to just say, one of the counselors, while I'm here, I will participate in this, but taking it on through the next budget cycle, because the way the office is funded, Almar will have to, contribute to make this fair. And Diantha and I talked about it last budget cycle, and I was able to get in touch with her today just to give her a heads up that this was one of our recommendations and that it was something that hopefully they could consider as a board, the Board of Supervisors moving forward.
That's great, Mayor. Thank you very much. And thank you for all the hard work everyone in this committee has done. It's been really it's been very satisfying to be a part of this group and listening to people's stories and their experiences. I'm Liz Murtaugh. I'm the public defender for the city of Charlottesville and Albemarle County. My office covers both of those jurisdictions. Our attorneys cover 6 courts. So there's the circuit court, the general district court, and the juvenile and domestic relations district court. There's 6 because there's one, of course, for each jurisdiction. Our caseload is, we have 47% of our cases generally are coming from the city and 53% were from the county last fiscal year when I checked that. So I'm in the process of looking at that again with this fiscal year. In FY 2021, we had opened 1,646 new cases. And as of this morning, when I checked our numbers, we had 816 open cases. And I have 8 lawyers. So that means it's an average of over 100 cases each lawyer is trying to handle. So that goes to the point I think the mayor's making, is to make sure that people, when we are representing them, are adequately represented, and that the people, attorneys have resources that they can use to represent people. One of the recommendations, as the mayor talked about, was that we wanted to try, or we felt like, because of the study, was that if there was an attorney present at the first appearance, that could merely make a difference for people. When someone is arrested and they're not granted bail by the magistrate, they're brought before a judge the next day that the court is sitting. So if it's on a Friday, it's going to be on Monday, but if it's on Monday, it should be the next day on Tuesday. And when the person appears, the judge advises them or tells them what their charges are against them. And they advise them that they're right to have an attorney, and that the judge will review the bail or the not bail that the magistrate has set. Typically the Commonwealth attorney is present at that, but there's not a defense attorney present. In Virginia, we have a statute that allows for children that if they are arrested and detained and held in the detention center, that when they have their first appearance and their detention hearing, the law guarantees them the right to have an attorney and have an attorney present, and that attorney can start working on the case before the case actually gets before the judge. That's not so with adults. It'd be very nice if we changed the law and made that mandatory. Research shows that when a person has a lawyer with them in court for that first bail review, that they're more likely to be released from jail, or they'll receive a lower bail amount, and that they're overall have better outcomes of their cases. The earlier you get counsel in to help somebody, the better the outcome will be statistically. It is incredibly disruptive, as the Smith family told us, and traumatic for individuals and their families when their loved one is locked up. So our working group has agreed that we would like to have an attorney present in court for all indigent people that are coming before the court for first appearance. I would like to be able to provide an attorney to be able to represent people when they come in for that first appearance, but not just be present, but to be an active participant in those proceedings. But I don't have the capacity with the 8 attorneys that I have now in my office to dedicate an attorney to do that right now. So I'm here with my hand out asking for assistance from the city, and I will make the same request of the county. But what I'm requesting is that the city provide funding for a part-time attorney position for my office, and I'm requesting $37,502 for salary as well as benefits to fund this position. This amount I arrived at is the it's the half mark of the entry-level position in the Commonwealth's attorney's office. That's where I came up with the number. The attorney would be able to actually meet with people before they have their first appearance. They could meet with them at the jail. They'd be able to talk with family members, employers, verify employment. Some of that is being done through offender aid and restoration and a risk assessment, but this would be different. This would actually be preparing information to present and getting witnesses lined up to actually have them in court for a meaningful first appearance. This information could be used, as Joe was talking about, to develop a release plan for somebody to be able to be admitted back or come back into the community and be admitted to bail, or to have, if it was not a cash bail, which we generally don't have in Charlottesville, they could be on pretrial services or to just a person recognizance bail. The judge, I think, appreciates getting information like that from us, but as it stands now, it takes a day or two to get that information after we've been appointed, after we get the paperwork. What I want to do is get information the day someone gets locked up. We're notified that morning that someone's being held, and we go over to the jail and we see them and get a plan set up for them. A plan like this really does benefit the community as a whole, but it helps families, and it certainly helps the person that's being locked up. They're allowed to keep their jobs. They're able to go back and forth and maintain their daily obligations to their family and to their employer. It also it reduces the number of people that are in jail if they're getting released into the community. Currently, the city has generously provided supplements for salary supplements for 3/4 of the employees in my office. But there's still a significant difference in salaries of the employees of the Public Defender's Office and the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office. On average, there's a 39% difference in salary between my office and the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office, and with some of the discrepancies as high as 55%. Being able to pay employees a competitive salary helps to ensure that we retain good people in our office. Historically, my office has had very little turnover, and the salary supplements we receive from the city and the county play a large part of that. I'll be submitting a funding proposal to the city, which will include this request for the part-time attorney position, and in addition to the salary supplements from the city. Last year, I estimated that it would take an appropriation of $120,579 to make the public defender employee salaries comparable to the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office employees. The appropriation we received was half that amount, but I'm going to come back again and ask you to fully fund us. I want to work towards pay equity, and I believe that we can retain attorneys and staff with adequate salaries, and to be able to meet our needs to our community if we can get this part-time position funded. I think it would really go a far way to be able to better serve our community, and certainly to help incarcerated individuals and try to get them released and back home to their families. Thanks.
Thank you, Liz. Okay, next up we have changing the culture of policing in Charlottesville, Jeff Fogel.
Thank you, Mayor?
Hmm? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Told us, and
We can't hear you.
Well, somebody has to unmute me.
Oh, okay.
Mute me.
No, we can. You're talking. It's your it's reception, I think, on your end. But try it now.
Okay.
Okay, we can hear you now.
It should be apparent from what Neil, the statistics that he relates, including
We can't
what
hear you now.
There's always,
Jeff.
yeah.
Yeah, you were not clear.
Mr. Fogel, you might try turning off your video.
Yes.
You might try turning off your video,
Does that
Mr.
help?
Fogel. Let's
Yeah,
try
I just
that.
did.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes.
Okay, well, as I was saying, it should be apparent from what Neil presented in terms of statistics and what Joe talked about. And included in this is the work that was done for the task force on juvenile connections to the criminal justice system, which task force I sat on. As well, each of those instances, we've been able to make the system better, but we have not cracked the nut of the system. And it's apparent from what Joe presented as well. Address the question of what do we need to do in the police department? And the answer I have is we need to dismantle the police department and reconstitute it with people who share the vision of this community. We have a substantial number of police officers, and it's no surprise, principally in the patrol division, who believe what I'll call old school of policing, appropriately described by the chief as aggressive warrior type policing. And if anybody's paying attention, the shift to guardian policing is something that's been called for widely by anybody interested in the system, going back to the report by the President's Commission, Obama's Commission on Policing in the 21st Century. We cannot tolerate a substantial number of police officers on patrol who are out of control, which is what's happening now. If you look through the surveys, as I have, you will see not only criticism of staff, but a dislike for our very community. A couple of remarks, or I'm going to just, because I can't do the whole thing, to the command staff. Stop pandering to the complainers and the mobs. I haven't seen any mobs here. The complainers are the people who want to disrupt the system in precisely the manner that Joe talked about, and the police are opposed to it. Some of them are upset that Joe's too liberal. Try to tell them they're lucky I wasn't elected or Ray wasn't elected. But we've got a serious problem in the police department and not been at the command staff level until now. But the point is, if we dismantle that system, recontract everybody that we hire, which I think would include many of the police people still in the police department, to commit themselves to a shared vision of what policing should look like in our community, and to acknowledge that they are prepared to leave this community if they don't live up to those standards. I really don't have much time to go on any further, so I want to leave it at that, and happy to answer questions otherwise. But if you ask me what should police chief look like, I will tell you, take a look at the website for the Virginia Association of Chiefs of Police. The people who Major Mooney and the city manager were looking to for an interim police chief. You, I hope, will be shocked when you look at their advocacy. They're against everything that is believed in a Zoom call. Absolutely everything. And it is shocking to me that that's what's happening here. But we have a police chief from that association who is going to oppose every effort that was made, that is being made, and that should be made, supported by the people in charge. Look to them. The police chief who believes, as does Brackney, that inroads into the policing if we're going to see a change. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Henley. Mr. Wheeler, do you see Cherry Henley? I don't see her.
I do not, Mayor Walker.
Okay. We'll move on to Jay James talking about, again, another grassroots organization, the Bridge Ministry, and he'll just talk about their efforts during the pandemic.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I hope everyone can hear me. Again, we're just honored to have the opportunity to be a part of the group. I want to thank everyone. It was a wonderful group to be a part of, and just want to be one aspect of the many things that we can turn to that can be helpful in this whole process. It's been very enlightening tonight. So very quickly, Bridge Ministry, many may be familiar with, but if not, we are a residential substance abuse and reentry program for men. We offer education, vocational training, professional credentials through Piedmont Virginia Community College. We full-time employment. In our treatment models, we have evidence-based programming and individualized treatment plans as well that we have at a 17-acre facility. So that's just very quickly on us. In terms of the pandemic, We stayed open the entire time, and our executive director, Mr. Washington, and our staff during the pandemic, we were a part of helping to reduce the jail population, incorporating HEI into our populace, as well as providing a place, a residential facility that can hold 50 individuals, where folks can come from the jail to get out of close proximity and being at risk of asymptomatic or symptomatic transmission within enclosed spaces within the jail. So what we did at the beginning of the pandemic, before the CDC started implementing a lot of their recommendations and eventually mandates, we imposed masking. We required all of our staff to be fully vaccinated, as well as our participants. We would test individuals before they came just to make sure that they were COVID negative, to provide a safe environment for folks, especially coming out of incarceration. We would test them while they were still incarcerated, and once they were negative, they would come to our facility, and we had a 0% infection rate, and we've maintained that throughout, and able to serve multiple individuals to provide, again, a safe and secure alternative to incarceration to deal with their substance abuse disorders, but really for us, just to get them out of incarceration, because we just believe that all of the alternatives, and I look forward to hearing from Ms. Carter, and I wish Ms. Henley was here, there's just a better way to do it. And we're just glad that we can provide that. Over 80% of our participants who came to us on HEI were and are successful, and some have graduated the HEI, got the ankle monitor off their leg, and are now going into full-time employment. So we're proud of those guys and happy for them. Lastly, I would just leave this thought with everyone, because I know our time is short, and just grateful for everybody's patience and the opportunity, Mayor Walker. As we look at the disproportionality, I would ask everybody just to think about the importance of Black people helping Black people. That support network that Mayor Walker talked about. Our executive director, Mr. Washington, is from the areas that have been impacted by substance abuse in our community, knows those families, knows their kids, knows the generational pieces of it. And we just want to be a part of helping not only those who look like us as an African-American owned organization, but also all people. And our population's demographics show that we take everybody, especially those who are indigent. So again, thank you for this wonderful opportunity to share and to be a part of this community discussion. And Mayor Walker, just grateful for your leadership. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up, we'll have Sandra Carter talking about the Restoration and Hope House. Here you go.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm honored to be speaking with you all today. Again, my name is Sandra Carter. I'm a Charlottesville native. I'm the founder of Restoration and Hope House and a graduate of Home to Hope. Restoration and Hope House is the only transition house for incarcerated women in Charlottesville. I want to take some time today to share a bit about my experiences and work. At that work I do. After graduating from Home to Hope, it was about 8 of us. And so we got placed in different areas, and I was placed at the Piedmont House. I've been there for almost 3 years. I worked at the Piedmont House, which is a transition house for men in Charlottesville. As a peer support specialist, I had to help the residents at the Piedmont House find employment and housing. And I guide them through transition from incarceration to regular life. I developed meaningful relationship with these residents, and I always go the extra mile to make sure they feel supported. I'm very passionate about what I do. It is rewarding to watch the residents take back control of their lives, find employment, help them find secure housing. Some start families, some reunite with their families. As you already might know, returning citizens face so many obstacles when it comes to reentry. People with criminal records have greatly difficult getting hired and finding housing. Many also struggle with substance abuse, disorder, or mental health issues. Transition houses provide a sense of structure and a stability for the residents as they deal with these challenges. Some of you may know, my mother and sister had a store back over on 6th Street for 15 years. And so we closed down in 2015, but go back a little bit, 2007 is when I got started right now, my vision. Fast forward a little bit, I had started a transportation business and I was downtown one day and a young lady that I was in the class of Home to Hope, she asked me, did I heard of the Home to Hope program? And I told her no. And she gave me this piece of paper and I went down to the library and I filled it out. Next, when I was there, he asked me did I have time enough to come for an interview, not knowing that I was going to meet Mayor Walker there. And so I was one of the people that they picked to come to Home to Hope. So Home to Hope helped me bring together all my vision and everything I had wrote down for the Restoration and Hope House. And so being there helped me structure that. So I decided to open up the Restoration House because it wasn't any transition women houses in this area. And I believe that formerly incarcerated women deserve the access to the same type of services provided by organizations like the Piedmont House. And after having to work at the Piedmont House, I felt equipped enough to open up my own transition house. I've been working with a team of volunteers since February 2020, UVA students, UVA professors, PVCC, Network to Work, just different organizations. So Restoration Hope House will house up to 12 women, and we will provide them with housing and food, transportation, employment assistance, the wellness counseling. I have a lot of groups that's coming in from UVA professors to students. I have teachers coming in from different schools. So I have NAA counselors that's coming in. So I just want to be able to contribute a little bit back into helping these ladies to have a smoothly transition back into the community for a normal civil life. And I just believe that people deserve second chances. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And you all remember that we had trained 8 individuals with Home to Hope. Only one has returned to incarceration, and Joe and I worked together to try to prevent that from happening too. So there was even an effort after the person had another run-in with the legal system. And as Ms. Carter said, she's one of the trainees, and I hope you can hear from all of them that this is nothing that we did. They just showed up and they were already ready, and they already had them in them. They just need the resources, and they just need us to support them the way they ask for support. So Ms. Henley says she's here. I still don't see her name. Is she? Mr. Willer, do you see her?
She's in the attendees.
Okay, all right. You bring her on.
Yep, just a moment.
So while Ms. Henley is coming on, Ms. Henley will be talking about her organization, Lending Hands, which our group didn't have anything to create. She came out rocking, ready to help change the community. But I wanted her to talk about her efforts and just why grassroots programs are, and I mean, just programs run by people who've been impacted by these systems are so important. Ms. Henley?
Hello?
Yes, we can.
All right, good Lord of mercy. Excuse me. I heard everything that was going on. I don't know, oh, excuse me with my technology. But but anyway, I guess it was somewhat of a blessing because I was very overwhelmed at all of the conversation. My body was going through all kinds of things. But anyway, Mayor, first of all, I guess I just want to give you credit for what you are doing, and also just talking about people as humans. And because a lot of times I think when people are doing this work or either sitting in rooms, they're just looking at the data. But for me, with Lending Hands, I'm doing a lot of, I see the devastation of families and people incarcerated. So, like I said, I was getting very, very overwhelmed. But the reason grassroots organizations are important for me in my thinking is because I get firsthand experience of not only working with the community or knowing the community, knowing about what people face incarcerated, but also I understand all this data tonight that's been presented because I see it on a daily basis. This information is, I see what happens in courts. I see, and I'm able to kind of be like a mediator. That's why grassroots in my work, I think, is important because of the lack of people that, or the public defenders that Liz Murtaugh and her agency have. Then I'm able to, because they can't get to the jail, then I'm able to connect with the public defender's office. And sometimes, that gives me an opportunity to, help the person incarcerated. They can't navigate inside of the jail. That's one thing. They can't navigate themselves inside of the jail. I mean, the phone calls, because, anyway, it's difficult. So, like I got off the thing and I feel like my mind is jumping, but I was just so blessed to hear what Nancy, the information she gave, because as grassroots people and lived experience people as myself, I see this on a constant basis. I go into court with people, they might have 7 or 8 different charges. That's what grassroots, what I do. I go to court with people. They might have 7 different charges. They got to go for this plea bargain thing so quickly and so fast as soon as they walk into the courts. And it's not, first of all, I want to go and say for a lot of people who are thinking that this is about people not harming other people, because I don't believe in people harming other people or people doing, it's the fact of following the law or treating people as human. So I'm able to work with a lot of other organizations, grassroots work. We're working on expungement and things like that now. Even myself, who has been charge free for 20-some years and all this kind of stuff, I still face things like if I needed to do housing. So I help the people incarcerated when they get out, how to navigate getting housing for those not, landlords that don't do all that random checking stuff, private landlords. So, I mean, those are the kind of things that grassroots, and knowing the information of, what goes on within the courts and like pretrial detention, just knowing how to navigate the system for other people. So I've done a lot of things, whether it's driving for the jail. I did that for years for the work release department, about 10, 15 years. All the work release people, I drove them to the jail, and to get to know the community by doing that and already knowing the community myself, I'm able to kind of grab hold, hopefully, to get them started even before they get out of incarceration. And one of the reasons that the jail population, this is another thing about grassroots. See, I feel like we get firsthand information, at least I do. The population dropped because of the pandemic and because of activists who were pounding state and local officials to do something about the outbreak of COVID inside of the jail. And along with some of the people who are on this line, have worked with like Commonwealths like Jim Hensley and Joe, but just to have the information and to be able to navigate the system for other people. Because when I got incarcerated, you, as Liz was talking, you don't know anything about what's happening. You don't know what you're facing. So, I just like to offer that to other people. And HEI, one thing about that, it's just so much y'all done talked about tonight. I just don't know around more. But, HEI, which is a home electronic incarceration, that has worked, but it also limits people from being able to, still get themselves back into the community. Because I house people, also Linden Hands has a house that they, then I started about looking at the fact that people couldn't get housing in the city of Charlottesville. So the things that people face, I know I can go on and on with this. It's so many different facets to this. But I started helping people navigate the system, whether they're in or out of incarceration. And I also found that me helping them navigate the system, working with Commonwealth attorneys, working with lawyers, myself, that there's a better outcome that happens. So there's many areas that, I created Linden Hands with the idea of what I had faced and, the challenges that I knew that people were facing in the prison system. And there's so many, like the 55, a lot of things that people talked about, like the 55 and older group. Of course, I see those too. And what I see is the devastation that incarceration, as you mentioned, Mayor, that has caused on families. I see those ones. It's just so challenging for them to, and I guess you want to say it's almost like an attitude of giving up. They just have given up, because there's so many barriers like getting jobs or, they might not have got a great enough education or, and just the barriers of getting jobs and housing and men not being able to take care of their families. And these are just some of the things that I just try to work with people with. And I also work with the Commonwealth attorneys and all these other people who are on here because I don't know. It's just, I think somebody said it. I think it was Sandra, just trying to help people do better. Because one thing I always say about myself, even when I was, going through this, is that, everybody wants to do better. I wanted to do better. You need to know that I wanted to do better. There was many things that was going on where, that I thought at that time, and sometimes, you can use them as excuses as well. But I thought was going on. So I look at other people the same way. I pick one of the most challenging things that I had to face was my getting my driver's license. And I consider myself a strong, smart, intelligent person. But the fact, every time I would try to pay something, I would run up against so many roadblocks of paying my fine or having the money to pay them or whatever the case. So, yeah, so I don't know. I don't know. Linden Hands, and I created this, while I was incarcerated, because I saw that not only what was happening in the jail system, but was also happening inside of prisons with counselors, you know, who had a heavy workload. So it's you know, and like I said, you know, as grassroots people, you know, we work together to make lives better for other people coming in and out of the prison system, and trying to change policies and old traditions that have you know, prevented people from succeeding. But the last thing, I don't know how much time I got, because I could go on a many things. But the last thing I want to say is that, you know, I just thank the group too. And I heard so much information tonight myself after hearing everything put forth. And I'm glad this information is for people to be able to look at, because the DNC study also showed these findings. And you don't, and I guess what amazing to me is we don't want a community or people who are dishonest, who are harm to other people, whether it's from the people you call criminals or police officers. We want people who have good integrity, who are honest, who make the community better. I mean, and for me, this seems to be not a simple solution, because as far as making the ex-offender accountable, we surely want our highly you know, people in different positions to have that same kind of integrity. So just helping people navigate the criminal justice system, working with lawyers, public defenders, lawyers, Commonwealth attorneys is what I do. I help people, you know, a lot of times in the end, I'm helping the whole person, you know, as I said, with jobs and housing and all that kind of stuff. And also, then, you know, like I said, housing was such an issue that I created the House for Women out in Fluvanna County, where women, you know, during the pandemic, you know, were coming and still coming. But you know.
Thank you, Ms. Henley.
I know I feel like I was off and now I'm just rambling, but
no, you're okay.
Yeah, just, you know, let's, you know, and, you know, people have to be accountable. Everybody has to be accountable. Lastly, everyone has to be accountable. It's not that I'm not saying that people don't have to be accountable, because that's what we want. But we also want a fair and just system. Thank you.
Thank you. And Raylaja and I were supposed to close out, but Martez and then Raylaja are going to close out. So thank you all. Mr. Tolbert.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Martez Tolbert, client partner navigator here at the Fountain Fund, as well as 1/5 of members of the Peace in the Streets initiative. I only have a couple minutes on here. Apologize about my guy, Nick Fagans. He couldn't unfortunately make it tonight, so I am in place of him while he take care of a surprise birthday party for his sister who's in town. So, yeah, I wanted to address a few things. First of all, I've been in this group for quite many months. Hearing everybody, so it's good to see good faces. I see Chip, I see Cena, I see Liz, hey Marta. I see a lot of individuals, you know, that I know from both sides of the law, good and bad, have my good and bads with them. I also see, you know, interim Chief Mooney. Well, we had run-ins back in Hardy Drive back in the 90s. You probably don't recognize me. I'm a different man today, but trust me, I know you. So I can go on and on about the things that I've heard today, which is some good stuff, great stuff. Joe, I heard what you said. Chief Brackeny, I heard what you said, great stuff. James, you my guy. But I only got a couple minutes, so I wanted to get into the youth, because like I don't just work at the Fountain Fund, and I'm not just a member of Peace in the Streets. I also work for Redemption Mentoring out of Chesterfield, Virginia. But I'm just I work out of Culpeper and Greene County in Charlottesville. So I mentor kids in those 3 counties, right? So let's just talk about what I have witnessed and what I have been seeing with our youth, as we've been seeing with the local, the recent surge in gunfire. Let's just talk about it. Let's just get it out there, because I'm pretty sure everybody here is a parent. And if you're not, and I'm pretty sure you know a parent, there's nothing here for the kids. It's nothing here for the youth. And I just heard Sherry say, I don't want to misquote you, Miss Henley, because I love you. People want to do better. Kids want to do better. But what are their options? Literally, what are their effing options? And I want to use very foul, vulgar language, because this has been going on since I was a kid here in this town. And I've been here in this town when I moved here from Detroit with my brother and moms in the mid 90s. It was nothing here. So like I said, I don't have too much time, so I'm just going to go into a few things that I want to just discuss about bringing, things like Chuck E. Cheese or Dave and Buster's or, anything like that, because you can't take the kids to jump, but only so many times. You only can take the kids to the movie theaters, but so many times. So I want to touch on 3 points. The first is I want to say it's because of the recent surge in crime. If these kids and teams had something else to do, it's likely that the crime levels will flatten. Trust me, I talk to these kids. I deal with these kids on a daily basis. So I know it will get flattened if they had other options than what they have now, which is damn near none. Another reason is the revenue for the city, right? I don't know all the statistical numbers about taxes and everything, but we don't have a lot of places where teens can go and hang out. So this would bring more tax revenue to the city, in my opinion. That's a no-brainer. And the last reason is to have somewhere that makes it easy for parents to hang out with their kids, while their kids run free. I can't name many places like that here in Charlottesville other than Jump. So like I said, I can go on and on about different things to talk about or bring to the city, but we have to look into our youth, right? They're our future. So we have to look at that. I could talk about adults. I could talk about 50 and older. I could talk about all that Neil brought up that we all talked about, right? And we're doing what we can with those demographics. But the youth is hurting and suffering right now. I go to each neighborhood and I ask the kids, what do you want? You know what they tell me? Anything. That is sad that I have to go to Garrett when I go see Charlene Green over the PHA and I talk to the kids outside. When I go to Hardy Drive and I talk to the kids, me and April Aller are out there talking to the kids, they're all screaming for anything other than what they have, So that's my spiel right now. I can go a little bit deeper. As the people who know me, I can. But I'm just going to talk and try to get behind the youth right now and just say, look, let's just do better. Let's just do better for our youth. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for adding me to this wonderful group of individuals. I don't know if I probably would ever be in this type of space if it wasn't for you, Mayor. And I am one of the graduates of the Home to Hope program. Yes, I am. So you got 2 people on this call with lived experience who's been there and done that. And now they're on the opposite end trying to change what they did, and trying to change mindsets and trying to destroy the narrative. And I'm doing that every day of my being, is destroying this narrative, because you can change. Look at me. And if you do know me, you know me. And if you don't know me, get to know me, because I will explain to you and tell you my past, my current, and what I aspire to be. Thank you again, Mayor. Thank you again, Chief Brackney, for your due diligence at the time we had together. Unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to meet like I wanted to and do some of the things that I wanted to do inside the police department, because I have a lot of ideas and a lot of suggestions, but I'm just going to leave it there. So thank you, Mayor, for the time.
Ms. Waller.
Hello, everyone. Are you all able to hear me? Because my laptop goes in and out in this office.
Yes.
Right. Hello, everyone. I am Relaja Waller, and I was raised here in Charlottesville in the Friendship Court, 6th Street, South 1st Street, and Hardy Drive neighborhoods. Over the course of my 24 years of living in Charlottesville, I have yet to witness someone be rehabilitated from incarceration. In fact, every encounter I've had with incarcerated people, they have committed a crime that has led them to jail or prison at least twice. Being the daughter and niece of men who were once repeat offenders, I have learned that crimes committed were done by choice influenced by three primary circumstances, with the first being the lack of competitive pay in Charlottesville workplaces, the second being lack of representation in first court appearances, and the third being a lack of grassroots programs to better prepare incarcerated persons and felons for a career field that they can be in with their record. Often court personnel, law enforcement agencies, and other public figures believe that incarceration solves the problem of crimes being committed. But when a person is released back into society, they still face the same, if not worse, circumstances than what they were facing before. Finding a job and homes become more difficult due to the person's criminal record, which easily pushes one into committing crime to survive in society again. Thus meaning incarceration does not solve the problem. And if we as a community want to decrease crime and incarceration rates in our community, we must give felons a clean slate, increase pay wage, and put funding aside for those who cannot afford adequate representation for first-time court appearances. We also must implement grassroots programs that prepare them for promising careers in and outside of Albemarle Charlottesville Regional Jail. That is what will restore our community. And that is what imagining a just Cville looks like. I have went my whole life with my father in and out of incarceration, as well as my uncle. So it truly affects children. My whole life, I never had a dad at a basketball game or, sorry, every time I talk about it, I start to get a little emotional, but we have a lot of youth here who go through what I went through. So I say this because, you know, I didn't have the opportunity with my father, but I would love to have other kids be able to have the opportunity to have their fathers or uncles at these events for them. And part of the reason they don't have it is because we don't have programs out here to help their fathers or mother be rehabilitated back into society in order to be there for them. I didn't intend to come on here and cry. I think this is the second time Mooney has had to see me cry, talking about my dad. So I apologize. But to me, it's just really important that kids be able to have their fathers and their mothers and their uncles and things at these events throughout their life. And most of the time we can't because there's nobody to rehabilitate them. You know, you can slap 5-10 years over someone's head for a crime being committed. But if we don't implement any grassroots programs to really help these people survive out here in society, to not turn back into committing crimes to be incarcerated, we're not helping them and we're not helping the youth. As Martez said, the youth are the future and we don't have nothing here for them. And aside from just activities for them, we don't even have their parents here for them. And part of that is because rehabilitation has been a huge issue here. I do want to thank Joe because when my uncle got sentenced when I was in high school, he actually had said that wasn't the route he even wanted for my uncle. And I'm just so grateful that he considered all the things that he knew my uncle had possessed within him, because it's not often you go into a courtroom and actually hear somebody rooting for the person that is about to get sentenced, especially not typical to hear it from the Commonwealth attorney, you know? So I actually want to thank him for that. But I just really wanted to make sure that you all understood that you have kids out here who go through life like me, thinking that sports is gonna get mom or dad home. You make an honor roll is gonna encourage mom and dad to be able to come home, and it's not till they're older that they understand that that's not what makes mom or dad come home. And what can make mom and dad not only come home, but stay home is implementing these grassroots programs and making sure that these parents are able to afford to be out here and be a parent to their kid and be involved in their kids' lives and their kids playing sports and afford their kid to play sports is what will help rehabilitate the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And you can cry as much as you want and share as much as you want. Thank you so much. I'm gonna turn it over to Vice Mayor McGill, but I just want to share one more personal thing. A group of friends got pregnant when we were teenagers. Raylaja just said she was 24. My daughter is 25. Sage, who's missing. We were all friends. We used to sit at the lunch table together, hang out, together. And so that's just another connection to understand. We were pregnant as babies, raising babies, and I'm just so proud of you all because you all are doing some amazing things, even though people thought that you all would never make it because we were kids. And so just thank you for sharing, and thank you for being here, and thank you for everything you're doing at the City of Promise and in the community, and with your own baby to help change our community.
Thank you. And before I get off, I also wanted to thank Dr. Brackney and Major Mooney for allowing me to intern with them last summer in order to get my college degree so that I could provide for my child, because that was the only thing that in paying for it. So thank you, Martez Tobin and Fountain Foundation for approving my loan for me to pay for those courses over the summer. But those two things are what allowed me to not have to be a college dropout to provide for my child. So I do want to thank them so much for that opportunity that they did afford me to try to be successful here in Charlottesville. So thank you all.
Thank you, Mary Walker and Imagining a Just Charlottesville group. Appreciate the time, energy, and effort that you have put in. Gonna narrow things down a little bit with our group looking at the intersection of mental health and policing. We've had a couple of different names for the group. The Marcus Alert Work Group is what we kind of landed on, but we don't want to be defined as just the Marcus Alert. That was just a good place to start, knowing that we have state mandates coming down. So first, good evening. This group has spent the last year looking at our local mental health continuum of care, as well as new state mandates. I'd like to thank our group members, Myra Anderson, Lisa Bites, Devin Coles, Brian Henderson, Myron Johnson, myself, Joe Powers, Sonny Sexton, Dr. Smith, Lloyd Snook, Tom Van Hemert, past members, Chief Rochelle Brackney, Kaki Dimmock, Emily Policia, new members, Ashley Marshall, James Mooney, and guest speakers and consultants, Dr. Lisa Job Shields and Daryl Washington. One thing I would really like to thank all of our members for taking the time out of their lives to identify the issues in our local community and our local continuum of care, as well as thinking about how different people in our city have different experiences and needs. One thing we discovered as we undertook this journey is that even as we identified one issue, we found numerous underlying issues that affected where change needed to start. We all knew this was a complex issue. However, as we talked to each other from our differing realms of experience, we saw that even gathering data could be difficult and complex. Luckily, we don't have to start from scratch. We started looking at some models, both in other states and in Virginia as well. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Lloyd, who will talk a little bit about the history of how the group came to be.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor McGill. Let me just say real quickly, last summer, when there was a lot of discussion about how we ought to be finding ways to divert people from the criminal system, to have somebody other than police officers answering 911 calls. There was a lot of folks coming to talk to us at council meetings, filling up our email boxes and so on. And so I talked with Vice Mayor McGill about it, and the idea was, let's go ahead and have our own little task force, which, as she mentioned, has been called a number of things over the last year and a half. We started trying to put this together in about July of 2020. And finally, in November of 2020, we were able to get the right mix of people that we wanted. And we wanted people with lived experience, in some cases, with actual, the people who would be helping to make decisions about some of these things, from 911, from the police department, from the fire department, and so on. And from about November of 2020 up through this past month, we've had something like 18 different meetings as people have gotten together to talk about this. There were a few things that were going on. One of the things that was going on was that in October of 2020, the General Assembly was meeting, and the General Assembly at that point enacted a batch of bills that basically allowed for or empowered localities to create what came to be called Marcus Alert groups. I think Myra will probably talk a little bit about that, because she's been very involved on a statewide basis about that. And we were getting calls, and one of the people who was speaking a lot to us was Myra Anderson. And Myra spoke very compellingly about the need to have a mental health response when somebody is having a mental health crisis. And so it was with that in mind that we got this group together, looking first of all at what a Marcus Alert response would look like, number one. Number two, recognizing that also last summer, the Federal Communications Commission established a requirement that by July 1 of 2022, we're supposed to have a suicide hotline implemented. And that's another instance where the government as a whole needs to have a response to mental health crises. So we started looking at all of that. We were fortunate to have the expertise of people who are involved on this issue, on a statewide basis. And one of those people is the person to whom I'm going to kick this off next, is Myra Anderson. Myra, take it away. Is Myra there?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
There we go.
Everyone. So thank you so much for just allowing me to be able to present and share a little bit about my experiences in the mental health system. I'm a Charlottesville native, rooted and raised here, and went to college at Virginia Commonwealth University and spent many years just working in human services, probably in every major nonprofit here in town. I also worked as a peer support specialist at On Our Own. I worked for 2 years at Region 10 Community Services Board, sat on their board of directors for 2 years, so on and so forth. And I say that because I want to make sure you have a context that I'm coming from a place who has delivered services as well as someone who has received them. I've been struggling with mental health problems since I was 12 years old. And the first time that I had a mental health crisis at the age of 12 was the first time that I got introduced to police intervening during that time. And I remember it was just very confusing for me at that time because I didn't know why the police were showing up when I had spoken to the guidance counselor. But I do remember that I felt like I was in big trouble being led out in handcuffs, because they do handcuffs kids, and taken to the university for an evaluation. That would be the beginning of many, many, many interactions with police while in crisis. And I will just illustrate very quickly or tell you a little bit about a few of those. But first, I want to tell you that one of my diagnoses is post-traumatic stress disorder. So as a result, when I'm activated, I have a very heightened sense of noises and things like that. So oftentimes when the police would come to my house, they would do this loud police knock, and it would really, really, really not only activate me even more, but I would be so upset that I could not comply with anything that they were doing. And because I wouldn't open the door, they would continue to knock, 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 nonstop, because they knew I was in the house. And this was making a situation that was already bad even worse and amping it up. And I remember at one point, I was so upset that I called 911 to tell them to have the police that were outside the door to stop banging on the door. Another incident, I had went to emergency services, and this was probably in 2009, but I remember the year because it was very traumatic. And they had decided that I needed to be hospitalized, but they didn't convey that to me. They just left out of the room. And very shortly after that, they came back and the police showed up. And I was unhappy about this and very uncooperative. And as a result, I was handcuffed and dragged out of the building and put in a paddy wagon. And this is the only time I've ever been in a paddy wagon, because before then they would always just put you in the back of a car. So if you can imagine me being in this paddy wagon, not knowing even where I was going, confused about if I was going to jail or to the hospital. So that was a second incident. And another time, I guess the police were looking for me all day, and they had like some be on the lookout, all police. And I ended up at Penn Park when they caught up with me, and the Charlottesville police were the ones who were approached me, and they were getting ready to bust the window of my car because I didn't let it down. But at the same time, the Albemarle police are the ones who had been looking for me all day. Somehow when it was communicated where I was at, and those police showed up and actually told the Charlottesville police to stand back, the Albemarle ones, and they were able to come and talk to me. And I ended up letting the window down. There wasn't any reason to break the window. I'll also say that if you get pulled over when the police are looking for you, they will tow your car. And that is very, very, very upsetting on top of being in a mental health crisis. But someone was talking earlier about discretion, and I know that they have discretion even around that little bit, police do, because one time police said to me, even though you cursed us out and all of this, we're gonna drive your car back to your the parking lot so that it doesn't get towed. So I know even in mental health situations, there are times when police are able to use their discretion. I have a relative who is a second cousin who often experiences mental health crisis and is in need of a lot of support, but his mom will never, ever, ever call the police because she's afraid about what will happen to her son if the police shows up. So instead, she calls my dad and my uncle to go over there and handle the situation. And neither one of them are counselors. They're not mental health first aid. They're not anything, but she fears deeply that if the police were to show up with him acting the way he's acting before my dad them get there, that something bad will happen. And so I want everybody to think about that, especially everybody that is listening that is white here, because it is a privilege to call the police and have a feeling that they will show up in a way that's helpful and not harmful. The last situation about police that I'll share was actually almost 2 years ago. And in this situation, which was a lot different than the rest of them, the police actually saved my life. And I have no doubt that I would not be here today if it wasn't for probably a half dozen police officers and Chief Brackney, Dr. Brackney, Queen Brackney, however you want to say it, intervening in this situation. And she ended up getting her a foot injured in this situation because I was so hysterical, and I'm being very transparent about it. I was so hysterical when the officers were carrying me away that she promised me she would be at the bottom of the stairs when the door opened at the bottom. And she hurt her foot going down the stairs. And you know what she did? She continued to go down the rest of the stairs so she could be there when the elevator opened. Now, of course, I don't remember much of this because at that point I was unconscious and headed to the ER and then headed to ICU. But my point in illustrating all of these stories is that there have been times when I found the police to be very helpful. There have been times when things have went horribly wrong. And there have been other times when the experiences have been life-saving. But I kind of feel like when I'm in crisis, I shouldn't have to like kind of play Russian roulette with how are they going to show up and how are they going to be helpful. And I also want to say that I feel like for me, there's always a deeper fear because of the fact that not only am I dealing with mental health crisis, but I'm an African American, and there has been a history, whether you're looking at police or whether you're looking at the traditional mental health system, that has not been a good experience for African Americans, specifically as related to a lot of the disparities around provider bias and all of those structural and systemic barriers that have not made it conducive for people of color, Black people, to seek help and feel like it's going to be helpful. There have been a number of police killings, and that's only heightened a lot of the anxiety around that, because we already know, or maybe you don't know, but individuals with mental illness are 16 times more likely to be shot and killed by police, but that increases when you add race into that factor. And I have a slide that I want to share that illustrates this. Do you have my first slide up? So on the top corner, on the top left, you have Miles Hall. He was 23 years old, and he was in mental health crisis in California. His grandmother and mother both were the ones who called the police. The police got there, and very shortly after that, he was shot and killed. There weren't any officers charged in the case, but the city settled with his family for $4 million. In the top center, you have Corinne Gaines outside of Baltimore, Maryland. And in this case, it was obvious that she was experiencing a mental health crisis because she was streaming on Facebook saying very paranoid and delusional things. And even though that area had a mobile crisis team, they were never deployed. The police ended up going in, shooting her dead, and also shooting her son. And in that case, the city settled with her family recently for $38 million. On your top right, you have Walter Wallace Jr. This is out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and this was actually last year. And he was in mental health crisis, and he actually had a knife. So he was out in the street, but the police show up, and 1 minute later, he's shot dead. And the whole time you can hear his family yelling, "He's mental, he's mental." That's what they're yelling to the police when this happens. In the middle left, you have Anthony Hill. This is out of Georgia, outside of Atlanta. And he was an Air Force veteran who went into mental health crisis. He was naked and unarmed, and he was shot dead. And in that case, the officers were indicted on 2 counts. The officer involved was indicted on 2 counts of felony murder. In the middle, you have Tanisha Anderson. This is out of Cleveland, Ohio. And her family called 911 trying to get trying to get assistance during her mental health crisis. The police show up, slam her hard on the pavement, handcuff her, and take her to the hospital. And by the time she arrives at the hospital, she's not breathing. And that case was ruled a homicide. And then on the middle right, you have Daniel Prude. You may have heard of this case out of Rochester, New York. He was in crisis, naked in the street, and he was restrained. And when the police restrained him, his words were, "You're trying to kill me." And very shortly after that, he was held down for like 2.5 seconds, 2.5 minutes. And he also succumbed in the hospital to his injuries, and that was ruled a homicide too. On the bottom left, you have Pamela Turner. This is out of Texas. And her family says she was experiencing a mental health crisis, and she got into some type of scuffle with a police officer who had not even been called to the case, and she ended up losing her life. In the bottom middle, you have Asage. And this is from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And he actually was on a 302, which is what we would call here in Virginia an ECO. So they had served him with a 302, and they went to pick him up, and he ended up getting killed. And the last one down in the bottom is Miss Deborah Danner. She was 66 years old, out of the Bronx, New York, and she was shot and killed in her home. The officers were charged, but they were acquitted, and the state of New York settled with her family for $2 million. And the reason I'm bringing all of these to your attention is because when I see stories like this in the news, not only does it makes me highly anxious, but seeing people who look like me makes me worry that the next time that I have a crisis, right, that I could be the next news story like this. And, you know, all of these stories are coming closer and closer and closer to home. Could you please show my next photo? This is Marcus Davis Peters. And we're talking a lot about, I'm going to talk about the Marcus alert, but Marcus Davis Peters was a 24-year-old African-American. He had graduated in 2016 from Virginia Commonwealth University with honors, and he was working as a high school biology teacher at the time that he experienced a mental health crisis. And he was naked and out on Interstate I-95 when he came in contact with police and was shot and killed. And his death sparked a lot of protests in Richmond, and his sister, Princess Blanding, became a advocate for activists for mental health reform and criminal justice reform. And she pretty much pioneered lobbying to get the bill, the Marcus Alert, put in as a House bill. And I think she worked with a Delegate Jeff Bourne on that to initiate that. But about the Marcus Alert, that's what it's called, the Marcus Alert. And it's a law that was passed by the Virginia General Assembly in 2020 that directs localities throughout the Commonwealth to develop and establish mental health awareness response and community understanding of the Marcus Alert system. I would be remiss if I said that Princess Blanding, Marcus' sister, who was advocating for this bill, was not happy with how the bill turned out in the end. In fact, her comments at the ceremony for when the governor signed the bill was that it was watered down, and she was hoping that there would be words in there that that wouldn't say things like may, like the police may do this or may not, but it would be stronger language to better ensure that when individuals were experiencing a mental health crisis, that the police were not always the lead if it wasn't necessary for them to be there. But in any case, watered down or not, that bill prompted change throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia, as under the mandate for every locality to take a look and develop a system individualized for the locality of how individuals experiencing mental health crisis are engaged with police. And by July 2026, all community services boards and behavioral health authorities in the Commonwealth will have to have a Marcus Alert system in place to ensure that behavioral health experts are involved in responding to individuals in crisis. The Marcus Alert framework can be distilled down into 4 fundamental things: limiting the involvement of police officers to the safest extent possible in all parties, diverting individuals away from the criminal justice system and instead to resources and supports for treatment and recovery, achieving a possible outcome for individuals experiencing mental health crisis, and increasing awareness, understanding of available resources in the community. I've been part of the Marcus Alert stakeholder group. We began meeting in January to develop the implementation of the plan for the Marcus Alert. Our stakeholder group received briefings from a variety of guest speakers, as well as presentation from work group members. And our presentations have included, an overview of the crisis services of the CSBs and a number of other things. In respect to time, I think I will stop there. But in closing, I will say, that I'm very much looking forward to the day when we shift away from criminalizing individuals living with mental health issues and offering the services that they need. And until we get there, each day that I have the mental capacity, and this has already been a rough week for me, but I'm here, but each day that I have the mental capacity, I will continue to advocate for a more just system, specifically for individuals experiencing mental health crisis, because we don't always get pushed to the front. Our stories aren't always told, but I want to make sure that when individuals are experiencing a mental health crisis, that they are treated as human beings who are worthy of dignity, worthy of respect, worthy of empathy and compassion, worthy of culturally sensitive, trauma-informed interventions. That includes my part, and I'm going to pass on to who next, Vice Mayor?
I believe.
Lisa Bites.
I think it's me. Yep. I'm going to share my screen.
And I'm going to make it big. So thank you for having us this evening. I'm Lisa Bites. I'm the Executive Director of Region 10 and feel fortunate to be part of the Marcus Alert Work Group. I'm going to do a couple of things tonight, and I'm going to speed through parts just because of the hour. But I want to talk a little bit about the Marcus Alert mandates that Myra mentioned at timeframes and deliverables and the impacts on the local mental health system. Really, it breaks down into what the state's required to do, what we as a community are required to do, not just CSBs and behavioral health authorities, but we as a community and partnership. And then what is it we envision or desire for our communities to reach those goals that Myra spoke to so eloquently. And so she did a great job, of course, of the Marcus Alert overview, and the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services, in coordination with that statewide work group that Myra was on, set a definition of AIM, which is to ensure that the emergency response to a behavioral health crisis is a behavioral health response, which I think is exactly what we all want, with dignity and respect. The Marcus Alert has statewide components or requirements, as well as local components or requirements. The statewide components are what the state is going to put into place for us across Virginia. And what the state, which when I talk about the state, I'm talking about DBHDS, our Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Services, is saying is that here's a framework that we will implement, and it's going to be necessary but not sufficient to implement the full Marcus Alert Act and to implement a robust crisis continuum to respond to people who are having a mental health emergency with decreased law enforcement involvement and increased supports to maintain people in the community and divert from hospitalization. And so as part of the conversation, I'll walk through Marcus Alert, but there's a few other initiatives in place that then support some of that sufficiency piece. Doesn't get us there, but gets us part of the way there. So there is a 4-level framework for urgency. What the state is asking is that we create a common language that they offer us in determining urgency when somebody calls in crisis, and that then we use that language in determining where to divert that person to connect to services. The state is offering equity at Intercept Zero, and what that is an initiative to encourage small local private providers, and certainly Black-led organizations and peer-led organizations, to develop infrastructure and partnerships to become integral in the crisis continuum. And so the department is currently offering 1 year's worth of funding to support those organizations to think through how best to partner with other people in the community to be responsive to people in crisis. There are statewide training standards as part of the Marcus Alert. Everybody will get additional training on cultural competency, trauma-informed care, best practice models, active listening, and then there's an advanced training for law enforcement connected to the CIT programs related to de-escalation techniques, which are already in place, connected to historical trauma for people of color in interfacing with law enforcement. There's a public service campaign focused on 988. Lloyd talked a little bit about that mandate. What is true with the Marcus Alert is there is a requirement that by July 1st, 2022, that 988 is up and running across all regions. And what that means is that for us in Charlottesville, that our Region 10 catchment area, which is Louisa, Fluvanna, Greene, Nelson, Charlottesville, and Albemarle, that we are combined with all the catchment areas of 8 other community services boards, and that we stand up a regional crisis call center that will receive calls from across the region, and that we partner with 988
for those calls that come in that are a 1 or 2 on that urgency level, those lower levels of urgency, to divert people to getting immediate services in the community rather than having law enforcement involved and ending up in a state psychiatric facility. There are required components locally for us. That was the statewide. Locally, we are required by the Act, the Marcus Alert Act, to create a voluntary database. And so if people want to add information about themselves so that when there is a crisis call, information pulls up to inform that it's a mental health call and helps direct people to services more easily, more efficiently, that needs to be in place. What we're doing at the stakeholder group is consistent with bringing together people to begin the discussion and then looking to the community for who else we need to hear from and how we need to get inputs from people who have lived experience to craft the framework and the service infrastructure within the community for Marcus Alert response. That state triage framework, which was that 1 to 4 in terms of criteria of urgency of call, that we create a local response that uses that language and that framework. And then the 988 we will implement, and that there will be MOUs created through all community stakeholders to include CSB and law enforcement, that as we build out a way to respond to people in crisis without law enforcement being involved as a first responder, that there are times that law enforcement will need to be involved and that we well define those times and that there are agreements made about how that's going to go ahead of time. And then the specialized response protocols, again, that's further defining how we would respond together. And there's a couple of different ways. There are different models where you have community response teams or community care teams that do or don't include law enforcement to be able to respond in the community in the moment the person is experiencing a mental health crisis, to help support them and to connect them to services and to have an experience that is focused on the individual and what they need at the time they need it, with dignity and respect, and that decreases the crisis, as opposed to, as Myra spoke to in her experience, increases the crisis. And then community coverage plans, what that means is saturation. And so how to create infrastructure and a service response that is ready and available across our community at all times. This is just, I can breeze through this for us, Marcus Alert deadlines and deliverables. I think I spoke to that. We have some near-term things. What Myra spoke to is that the Act itself requires that by 2026, all localities have a Marcus Alert framework implemented. And that rollout comes with 5 localities or five areas, I would say, rolling out in December of this year. There will be 5 more catchment areas. And when I talk about catchment, I'm talking about CSB catchment. That will roll out by 2023. And then we are slated to roll out by 2026. What is also true is that the General Assembly allocated funds to the first localities that implemented Marcus Alert. How that will go with the second round who are implementing, and then the rest of us in 2026, what will be allocated to support our vision and what our community needs. And how we'd like to respond in the community to people in crisis is a bit unknown at this point and is connected to General Assembly. So then I want to talk about Region 10 specifically, because we talk about people in crisis, and what you all probably know is that by Code of Virginia, community services boards are the entity responsible for conducting pre-screening assessments for people who are experiencing a mental health crisis and may need to be involuntarily hospitalized. So last year, and these first numbers are our full catchment area, they are not Charlottesville, they're all 6 of our localities. Region 10 conducted 2,614 evaluations. And of those evaluations, that resulted in 1,385 pre-screens. So we may get a call with somebody in crisis, and we'll determine, does that mean we need to see them and pre-screen them for involuntary hospitalization? So of those we evaluated, 53% of those turned into pre-screening assessments. If the person can consent for treatment, has the capacity to consent, we like them to go voluntarily. 5% of those pre-screens were people who ultimately were admitted to a state psychiatric facility voluntarily. Of those, 613 people were under an emergency custody order. That places, and this is important for the next slide, but that places a time frame of 8 hours to determine if the person needs involuntary hospitalization, to secure a bed and connect that person to the bed. And 72% of those under emergency custody orders became needed involuntary hospitalization, and needed then a psychiatric facility. 18% of those were released. And what that means is through the process of pre-screening, an alternative disposition could be found that would help keep somebody safe in the community. So for Charlottesville last year, Region 10 conducts about an average of 38 pre-screens a month. And so that's an average, which was more than 450 pre-screens for Charlottesville last year. You might ask why it's important to know this. And what is true is, in our conversations within the work group, really understanding how often the data, right? And I can't see Chief Brackney, but I think she should be smiling right now, because understanding how many folks we're interfacing with, how often is law enforcement involved, how many folks who we then interface with end up needing hospitalization, and is that a function of not having other community infrastructure to connect people to, or the acuity of the crisis, or that the crisis episode itself escalated because of how we all work together to handle it. All of those questions become important to ask and answer, and are connected to what we know now. And so this bit of data offers that. So the current crisis landscape, what is true and what you all know is that the crisis system in Virginia has not been without significant historical challenges. And currently those long-standing challenges have been exacerbated by several factors. First, early in the pandemic, there were significant workforce challenges with illness, caregiver responsibilities, fear of COVID, or having COVID or another medical condition. The stay-at-home order changed parental responsibilities with school and daycare and other family members who needed help. It impacted revenue within many community-based organizations and residential facilities. And so our service system, not our crisis system, but our service system that supports people in the community, ongoing community tenure, closed down for lack of funding, and people got laid off and fired. And so creating less ability to support people in the community. And what we know is there's an inverse relationship with community infrastructure and supports and need for psychiatric, going into crisis, having a crisis response and needing psychiatric hospitalization. For state hospitals, state psychiatric facilities specifically, there were COVID outbreaks, staffing challenges, higher acuity, and fewer available beds. And so what is true is there are times when somebody has a mental health crisis that there are services and supports, especially if they're in place prior to the crisis, that help keep people in the community living their best life. Sometimes that crisis means that psychiatric hospitalization is the way to keep someone safe. And so we need it there and available. And through the pandemic, that was less available and there were no other resources. So what made that more challenging was in August of 2020, Governor Northam issued Executive Order 70, which stated that if state hospitals were at 100% capacity, they would not accept anyone who wasn't under ECO. And so all those state psychiatric facilities were constituted as the bed of last resort, saying they could not refuse admission to someone who needed involuntary hospitalization and there wasn't a private psychiatric facility that could take them. There wasn't an available bed there. This executive order said, well, hold on just a minute, we're not necessarily going to do that in the pandemic. And there was a request for law enforcement to delay transportation of a person who might be experiencing a mental health crisis, to not transport them immediately to a state facility until there was a confirmed available bed. So there were less beds, more people experiencing a mental health crisis, and a request for our law enforcement partners who could be involved in a person's crisis episode to support them and get them to safety for at least 8 hours. And suddenly they were saying it could be an unknown amount of time. And what we've seen through the pandemic, it could be days and even weeks where a person sits and waits to connect to a bed. And they sit in our emergency departments often. And so the other impact was that our emergency departments were being flooded by COVID. And then we had people who were being sent to the emergency departments who were having a mental health crisis. Emergency departments are reasonable places for that to occur, but then you get COVID, you get somebody sitting there for hours and days. That's going to increase challenges both for the system, but most of all for the person who needs to get to their destination for services and be safe. And our law enforcement partners would say, I have to transport the person. I can't wait. And that, that's our duty. And so we were having incidents where they would actually transport someone to where it said on the petition for TDO to the facility, and the facility wasn't ready to accept them. And then again, that person in crisis was not able to connect to services, safety, and supports in a reasonable way. I tell you all of this because one, the system, which has been challenged historically, like I said, was brought to a new level of unprecedented challenge with COVID. And what we learned was that the rubber band doesn't stretch any further, and that all the systems were unable to well serve people in crisis with all of those challenges in place. Because even as community services boards and law enforcement were feeling that, so were emergency departments and state psychiatric facilities. And then again, most of all, the person who just needed services in the moment to make them safe. So what is true is that a crisis system is built on interagency collaboration and some mandates like Code of Virginia, with every part of the system working in concert to execute on their part. And that works. And then that person becomes well served because they touch multiple agencies in getting to a service. But what we have seen is that doesn't work well on its best day. And then you put a stressor in place such as COVID or the pandemic, and people are not well served, and actually it creates more crisis. So what I will say to you is then, as this group began to talk through, what does it mean for our locality? we can talk about Marcus Alert and the mandate around the framework, but what serves our community well? There are some other things to know that are at play that are helpful, but I would say the same thing I said at the beginning that the state has said about the Marcus Alert statewide components that are being offered. There are some state and regional intersections of services and supports coming online that are going to be mandatory and available, but still not sufficient for what we might desire for the for people in crisis in our community. So let me talk about those really quickly. We talked about Marcus Alert. There is STEP Virginia, that is a statewide initiative, and that's a long-standing one. That's not new. But if you think about a Venn diagram with a bit of overlap, STEP Virginia is an initiative in Virginia to say that community service boards across the state, of which there are 40, must have these essential components or services. And it includes same-day access and some other pieces, primary care screening, things like that. But as it relates to the step of a robust crisis continuum, what STEP Virginia is offering is a regional crisis call center, which will be up and ready to receive calls for people in crisis, with the goal of then connecting them to services and supports before connecting to law enforcement and pre-screening for psychiatric hospitalization. And so that includes a mobile crisis response, a little different than those community care teams that would respond in the community to the person while they're experiencing a psychiatric emergency. A crisis receiving center or a crisis assessment center or a CTAC, those are interchangeable, where someone can go and be in a safe, respectful, quiet place to be assessed for hospitalization or connected to services. 23-hour drop-off beds, which is for people who are experiencing a psychiatric emergency, but if they had services and support in a quiet, safe place for about a day, they could get back connected to services and divert hospitalization. And a broadening of crisis stabilization units. So those things are coming online and they're going to be great. They are going to be regionally operated, meaning they'll serve all 9 of those CSBs I mentioned before, and they are not funded to support saturation across the communities, certainly not our community as it's structured right now. It's just not enough. And then there's Project Bravo, which is a Medicaid initiative, which is an effort to offer a robust array of services to Medicaid recipients using best practice and best practice models of service. And so the benefit and the intersect with Marcus Alert is as we build out community infrastructure and services for our community and for people in crisis, that there may be some reimbursement that hasn't been there historically for Medicaid recipients. Okay, that was my presentation. I am going to stop sharing and I am going to hand it to Lieutenant Jones, who will speak about how Marcus Alert affects our local emergency response. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lieutenant Jones of Charlottesville Police Department. I'm going to try to share my screen now to begin my presentation. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, so I will, hold on. Sorry, it's first time doing this on my my laptop. There we go. All right. So Charlottesville Police Department is currently staffed at 98 police officers. We have 19 vacancies. So those vacancies do affect us in terms of our calls for service, particularly when responding to these mental health crisis calls, just because of the time that goes into each one. as a little background, I'm sorry, I'm also one of the CIT trainers for our department, so crisis intervention training, and I also command our crisis negotiations team. So I regularly interact and talk with a lot of these different things, two ends of the spectrum. Crisis intervention, kind of engaging with people on the front end of when an incident is occurring, someone's in mental health crisis, or on the far end where things have gone very different and a police response is needed, and we may need to engage in some sort of crisis negotiation with a person. In either one of those situations, the resolution could easily become something like an ECO or a TDO related to that call. Because of that, the vacancies that we have can negatively impact how we're able to handle all those calls for service, just because of all the time that kind of goes into it. You can see we've responded to 36,000 calls in 2020 and another 27,000 currently in 2021. Looking at mental health calls right now, we are often sent as a primary to those types of calls, and we handle the initial response. So that, again, that's kind of sending CIT officers to the scene to begin engaging with individuals to assess their needs and see if we can't help them voluntarily go to a hospital or reach out in collaboration with Region 10 to see what services we can offer them. If it progresses further, there could be a custody issue where we wind up taking them to the hospital for an officer-initiated ECO or a paper that has been obtained by the magistrate. And then from there, a lot of times we serve as a transport to these facilities, whether it be UVA hospital or if it's a TDO to whatever hospital the person has been designated to be sent to. Currently, calls for service, we are at 387 for 2021, but last year we did 551 mental health calls for service. Of those calls, 14 in 2020 were high risk and 11 in 2021. And that's significant in that if the Marcus Alert program gets going, those are the types of calls that we will be primarily sent to, as opposed to the crisis team that will be put in place. So police will still be engaged in those types of calls just because of the need for them, because there may be a weapon or some type of other immediate danger in that situation. ECO TDO service, 272 ECOs or TDOs were issued and served by the CPD in 2020, 211 so far this year. So those have been very time consuming for us as Region 10 works to assess those people. We often have to sit with them during that time period, which can be anywhere from a couple of hours to 8 hours, or even longer if a TDO gets issued. And we've been currently staffing around the clock, sometimes with people for 48 and 72 hours at the hospital waiting for a bed to open up at a facility to assist this person. This has cost us considerably in overtime and staffing assignments, as well as supplementing a lot of the other functions of the department, because we just haven't had enough people to manage the overwhelming number of calls we've received. Our current role is responding to mental health calls. It is initially getting there to assess and talk to the person. Again, CIT trains a lot of officers on how to do this better. And then also it informs them better about services and ways to help resolve the call. And a lot of times that can be offering them crisis and going up to the hospital to speak with someone there. And again, working very much hand in hand with Region 10 for other referral services. We go back to being kind of the de facto transport a lot of time as well, and getting those people to those services, whether it be up to the hospital for crisis, or if there's an ECO, TDO situation, we handle that as well. So currently in the interim, with the Marcus Alert system beginning to get phased in, we've already started to have conversations about what does that look like. One of the big challenges will be how these calls will be dispatched. And since the police rely heavily on our dispatchers to get the information out to us about these calls for service, one of the protocols will be about how those calls will be dispatched to us, and also how they will also be diverted to another emergency service line, 988, or is it 998, I believe. And so been in conversations with Mr. Saxton prior to this to start talking about what that looks like. ECC plans to roll out their new protocols. Training is already gonna be underway for a lot of their dispatchers, which is pretty time intensive to prepare them for a lot of the different dispatching updates that they're going to be taking on. But this will also enhance the way that ECC interacts with callers in the community. It will also aid dispatch interactions with callers from mental health consumers and allow better classification of the calls, which is very important in terms of the police department's response to these types of calls. The more information, the better. And as we get Marcus Alert going, that'll assist all of us in how these calls get handled and the people who are sent to them. The CPD requirement for all officers receive CIT certification shortly after hire. We regularly have been doing that for several years now. We have a very high percentage rate within the department and regularly send people to participate in that training. And we found it to be very beneficial. Another thing we had talked about in the interim has been the development of a mental health unit. One of our officers who also assists with the CIT program has gone and had the opportunity to sit in some other localities and hear from them about how they've helped to deal with the influx of mental health calls. And one of the things we talked about was potentially having just a mental health unit within the department where we would deploy those officers particularly to those types of calls for service to try to ensure a better outcome as much as possible. But one of the challenges with that is obviously, again, it comes back to staffing. The Marcus Alert system will help us greatly with staffing issues because it will take a lot of mental health calls away from the police department. But in the interim, we still regularly field those types of calls. So it still feels like it could be a significant thing for us to take on and looking into what a mental health unit for the department would look like for the time being until we can get our Marcus Alert system fully functioning. But again, it comes back to staffing. And then the bigger thing is oftentimes funding. How are we gonna pay for some of these things? The benefits of Marcus Alert are, I think, obvious. I think it's going to serve the community well in the way that a lot of these programs are going to be set up, and the additional resources that are going to be put in place to assist people who are in crisis and need those resources in a more streamlined fashion than what we kind of have right now. It'll also lead to a reduction in police involvement just because more often than not, we're only going to respond out to the higher level calls that are outlined in the Marcus Alert, which are categorized as level 3 and 4. Again, those are the ones where a weapon may be involved or some type of imminent danger. The hope would be that we would not be involved in the 1 and 2 unless we're also being engaged to participate in a co-responder model, which is yet to be decided. This will also result in a well-trained police officer based on the required training that's going to be coming out through DCJS. There's been a lot of changes to the standards in recent years for policing. This is going to be an additional one that asks for a lot more training for our officers in the academy and in service. I do believe that we will need to continue to have a high percentage of CIT trained officers at our department. It's the requirement, I think, in the Marcus Alert is something like 20%, but I believe we're higher than that, and I think we need to maintain a higher percentage than that just for the effectiveness of being able to manage these types of calls and being able to give good service to our community. It also talks about specialized training and doctrine related to use of force and tactics used when dealing with combative mental health patients. And I think that that's going to be good for us as well to address specifically what that should look like, but also community input on that will be important as well. And then it also talks about different groups that may need some additional targeted discussions. And one of those I thought might be youth-based training. A few years ago, there was a program called Policing the Teen Brain that kind of addressed how police officers should engage with teenagers. And I think that that's potentially a program that we may look back to re-engaging in, just because whether they're in crisis or we're just interacting with them, I think that that might be something that also can benefit us. So there are a lot of unanswered questions at the time about how Marcus Alert is going to work as we begin to roll it out in our region. What model we're going to use is an important question, co-responder or the cahoots or a lot of the other models that have been listed. So I think that's going to be a big topic of discussion. On scene, as we begin doing things, once an assessment is made, talking about who gets to decide if it's a level 3 or level 4 call and the police department is asked to respond, who determines the outcome of that incident. And that's something that'll have to be discussed. Do the police get to handle it, or is it going to be left to the team that shows up to handle that crisis? Will they be the ones left to be in charge? Where will we take them is going to be a big question. It's still a shortage of beds and or treatment facilities. So that's something that's still going to need to be addressed. And then who transports them? Again, by default right now, the police department has been asked to transport a lot of these individuals. And when this comes online, will that be shared or will that be taken completely off of our hands, and other mental health clinicians or counselors or whomever, will they be able to provide that service to this person to get them up to the hospital? As Myra spoke earlier about the traumatic nature sometimes of how we have to transport people, maybe this is something that can also be looked at as a means to easing some of that concern that individuals can have about how they're going to get transported to the hospital. Will police officers still be required to sit with patients at the hospital? Or will that be again taken over by someone else? And then there's just another general question. You know, there's been conversation about advanced Marcus Alert training, just trying to get us ahead of the curve and figure out what those standards look like so that we can begin as an agency to start implementing them as best we can. And then how will dispatch and first responders manage the staffing needs associated with the Marcus Alert? I think there are going to be unique challenges for us as a police department. I think the same is also going to be true for the ECC and emergency dispatch. So closing thoughts, our current status, we have extensive interactions with the police and mental health consumers. We currently have staffing shortages, which create issues about how we're able to manage those calls in general, and also other calls to service in the city of Charlottesville. This has been very costly just due to the amount of overtime we've had to put into specifically addressing mental health calls with all the transportation needs. And then the unsuccessful outcomes and repeated calls for service where, you know, we are regularly engaging with a lot of the same people, but we don't feel like they're really getting the services or the help that they need to kind of get them where they need to be, where they can not have to engage with us as much or have to be taken up to the hospital as much. Interim plan, develop local systems models for future implementation as statewide Marcus Alert support systems come into place. So just trying to figure out a way, how do we stem the tide of what's going on until we can get all these other pieces of the puzzle set up. And then partnerships with other teams, ECC, Region 10, Fire, everyone who is going to play a role in this, just starting to work on building those partnerships and understandings of how this is all going to work out. At the end of the day, I do believe that the Marcus Alert program is going to be very worthwhile, and my department very much supports this. And I think it has a lot of potential on the horizon for how it's going to help us in the future when navigating these types of calls. I don't think anyone in my agency wants to do a bad job of handling a mental health call, but it's all about the training and the abilities of everyone involved on how the outcome of that situation plays out. I think right now, this will help us a lot in starting that initial conversation. And I hope to have a lot of future conversations with each of you about ideas or thoughts as far as what the police department can bring to the table or do to bring this whole thing online. And that's all I have. I will stop sharing my screen. Thank you all. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. I'm going to introduce Pastor Devin Coles now. He will be also reading a piece from our group member, Myron Johnson, who was unable to be here tonight. And then he will be ending with our recommendations.
Good evening, all. Pastor Devin Coles. As a pastor, I was inspired to participate in this work group because I have witnessed countless families and individuals who have suffered in silence alone. I have counseled many who make it the best way they know how because of the very real fear of potential horrors with law enforcement. People battling with untreated mental illness are at higher risk of fatal encounters with officers than other civilians. A large number of this population are Black and brown people. Unfortunately, today, handling mental health crisis has shifted from the purview of trained medical personnel to police officers, turning issues of mental health into issues of criminality. This unfair and illogical system has and is proving itself to be deleterious. I believe I heard something where the 8 facilities that we have, 5 have been shut down as of current. More detrimental is the fact that so many of the victims and their families who are suffering crisis feel isolated and hindered in their pursuit to exhale. They feel that the system in place are insincere to their true needs. It is our aim to be the voice for the voiceless and to serve as proxy for those who this type of behavior has been impeded against, especially those in the Black and brown community. I want to ensure that those who suffer in silence, that they will feel some sense of security and understand that they do not have to suffer alone. I have something that Myron Johnson, who served with us as well, who sent in something he wrote. He says that our safety net is just that, a net with holes. While a net catches many things, it does not catch all. One such hole is the training our police officers receive. During my time working in the adult mental health system, I found when things went well, they went very well. Unfortunately, we have enough people trained to make it go well all the time. Many times in my career, I was with a client when they were experiencing extreme symptoms of their mental health. During these times, I had to either call the police due to the possibility of a threat to themselves, or police came while I was working with my client who was in an escalated state. I found that officers had vastly different approaches to handling mental health situations, and it became apparent not everyone was trained in the same manner or on de-escalation techniques. One time, after attempting to assist the officer in what worked best for my client, I was threatened with arrest. Another time, an officer allowed me to brief him and then requested information on how best to address the emerging situation. Unfortunately, the second type of incident was not the most common response. This is an example of the holes we have identified in our working group. Police training, while making strides with CIT, needs a more consistent approach and more training time given to de-escalation and how to work with a mental health crisis. Additional holes in our local continuum of care are the wait times in our emergency rooms for psychiatric evaluation and bed availability. Due to state laws, after a person is sitting there in a fragile state with a police officer for up to 30 hours while waiting for a bed to be found. Safe transportation to this bed is also an issue for our community. Another hole is with the definition of crisis. Currently, unless you are a threat to yourself or others and have a plan and ability to follow through, the availability of help is limited. Additionally, having a safe place to recover or wait for a more long-term bed to become available is a great need in our community. A place that is not jail or the hospital where someone can be safely monitored but not feel institutionalized. I speak to you tonight as a Black male who has grown up in the Charlottesville area, who has worked in the mental health system here, and I speak to you about the struggles I saw and experienced happening to family, friends, and clients, both personally and professionally. And after hearing all that has been given to you before my time, the task force makes these recommendations. Number one, we ask that you make an official task force, and then the task force is recommended to do the following. Working with neighborhood mental health planning groups. Establishing mental health planning groups in the neighborhood, engage the community, focus on people who have historically had poor interactions with policing and mental health. Recommendations make up for the official work group members and leaders of the group would be a representative from Region 10, Charlottesville Police Department, the Charlottesville Fire Department, ECC, Crisis Intervention Team, one Charlottesville Department of Social Services or Human Services or Human Rights, a representative from the University of Virginia, one from local clergy, one member who resides or works in the city and who represents a mental health organization that seeks racial or social justice on behalf of historically disadvantaged communities, one family member or close friend of someone with a mental health diagnosis, a family member or close friend with someone with a mental health diagnosis who comes from historically disadvantaged communities that have traditionally experienced mental health disparities. Two members who identify as having or have had lived experience with mental health challenges, including peer support specialists and individuals who have engaged with police before or during a mental health crisis. We were asked to be able to design a survey and enlist groups already engaged in the community to help get out the needs and to be active and not passive. And whoever who gives these surveys must be trained in motivational interviewing. The survey should be a short survey with 5 to 10 questions with a mix of open-minded, open-ended, and definitive answers. The survey needs to be focused one and help to push the Marcus Alert Plan to think about how we could have a 24-hour crisis center that is not jail or hospital. Because we are regional, we will recommend that we will also be able to reach out to work with the county and with UVA. And coming at the beginning of the budget season, where should it live? Who has ownership? The city needs to decide the most appropriate department for this to live, as it will need staff support and continual support. I believe that's all. If there's anything else, I will turn it back over to the co-chairs, Vice Mayor Sina and Myra Anderson. If there's anything that I've omitted, you can add to the list of recommendations. Thank you.
Myra, do you remember anything else? I think that was pretty much.
He said everything.
That's what I thought. So thank you, everybody. And that is our presentation.
Thank you all. And Mr. Will, I'll turn it over to you for public comments, and then we can take any comments from any staff members, and Chip, if you have any comments, and then we'll adjourn.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. We have 14 people in the audience right now. We've got 2 hands raised. If you'd like to get in line to address council and the guest on the panel tonight, please click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. Each person will get up to 3 minutes. Our first speaker is Tanisha Hudson. Tanisha, you're on with the group and you've got 3 minutes. And you'll have to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
We can.
All right, so first and foremost, I just want to say thanks everyone for presenting tonight. Huge shout out to Chief Brackney. All of the counselors besides the mayor should actually be ashamed, first and foremost. Second off, I want to do a deeper dive. You all covered a lot, but I think one of the things that we left out is the school to prison pipeline. What you all fail to realize is that in the 80s, particularly, I'm only bringing that up because of my age, there was a system that was used that put kids on drugs such as Focalin, Adderall, Ritalin, Vyvanse. These were medicines that were used to control kids in the classroom. We also know today that these particular medicines have also been one of the reasons why people then turn to substance abuse. So I wish that you would have did a deeper dive in doing a little bit of research and finding out how many of these people, based on the recidivism rate, how many of them were on these drugs as children. That's something that we also need to look at, because I know, Joe know, Mooney know, a lot of the people that are born and raised from here, a lot of us know that a lot of these kids were juvenile individuals that got in trouble. So they have a history from being a juvenile, getting convictions as children. So another thing, there is nothing to do for kids. You know, you all are concerned about shots fired now, but I grew up in West Haven where shots fired happened all the time in the 80s and nobody cared. Nobody cared if I got shot. I know a lot of people, Mooney in particular, worked a particular shooting over in Prospect when a young girl got shot back in the day. It was a lot more shootings back then. It's only publicized now because this is a propaganda used because everybody is screaming defund or abolish the police. Let's be real about it. Second off, I want to also bring up, because I had actually texted this question earlier. Let me pull it up. I know my time running out, but a lot of the numbers and people being incarcerated also has a lot to do with policy changes. You all didn't cover that, like driving without a suspended license, right? They made a policy change on that. So it would have been good for you to bring up like why the numbers went down just based on policy changes that have occurred. You know, not being able to take people licenses because they owe fines, things that were very systemic. Last but not least, since I have about 12 seconds left, when someone convicts a crime, commits a crime, whether they're a citizen or whether they're a police officer, they should be treated exactly the same. So I know how you would treat me if I broke the law and how you would investigate me. You need to have that same energy in your department. The audacity of you all to have played a part in an extortion ring, malfeasance within your department. That's right, Cena, lift your head up. Heather, lift your head up too. Because all of you know what happened. And you know that I know what happened. And I'm going to get to the bottom of it. So while we're talking about criminals, crime, convictions, your time is coming too. Have a good night.
Our next speaker is Lelia Henry. You're on with the group and you've got 3 minutes. And you'll have to unmute. There you
I
go.
just wanted to say that I am very impressed with the work of this commission. And I too believe that we as a city are in trouble with regard to the direction that this police department is going. We have had the opportunity of having a very brilliant young woman who has done some marvelous things up in the DC area to come down here and to subject herself to a lot of nonsense. We really all ought to be ashamed of how we've treated the chief. She has a lot of skills and a lot of things that she could have given to this community, and in particular to young people, in both her example and in her commitment to taking hard knocks. And I just want to thank her for what she did try to offer to this community. Thank you, Chief Brackney. I wish I got to know you.
If anyone else would like to address council, please click the raise hand icon now. Mayor Walker, I don't see any additional hands.
Okay.
Oh, it was up and then down.
Okay. So anyone on the Zoom as a panelist, are there any comments or questions that you have? Any counselors? All right.
I have a question, and it's to the Charlottesville Police Department. In your presentation, when you were given the numbers of the individuals specifically that you had come in contact with mental health for 2020 and 2021, did those numbers include calls that came in that weren't specifically identified as mental health, but you would later know that when you went and assessed the call? Were those type of calls a part of those numbers?
I don't believe that they were, simply because we don't categorize calls for service in that way. Generally speaking, when we respond to a call, let's say for instance, it's trespassing or loud noise, we could arrive there and find that the loud noise is being caused by someone who is in crisis or having that type of issue, or is trespassing because of, again, a similar issue. We will deal with the call for service and clear it as it was dispatched, which would be trespassing or a loud noise. But at the end of that, we will often make call notes through dispatch where we will say, we are taking this person up to the hospital. They want to go voluntary to crisis. And then the call will get resolved that way at times. So a lot of times what happens is the call will come in one way and the officer is usually inclined to clear it the way it came in, not to recategorize it. Not that they can't, it's just the way they're dispatched is usually how officers will tend to clear them just as they came in. So if it came in as a bank alarm and it turned out it was something else, that's typically what the officer is going to choose to clear it out as, instead of making that additional clarification. So oftentimes those kinds of calls for service that you're speaking of, they do get missed in those numbers because they aren't categorized that way. And it's tough to capture every single incident we respond to as it actually is when we get there and find out what's going on, if that makes sense.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Jeff, do you have a comment or question? You're muted.
One of the issues, thank you. One of the issues we did not have time to discuss is the question of the compensation for the victims of police abuse or other official abuse. As those who paid attention know, there was a very strong effort by the Democrats in the legislature, led by the Black legislators, to undo
qualified immunity and to reverse sovereign immunity so that victims of police abuse could obtain compensation. The Democratic candidate for governor has already announced that he will not allow that to happen. Look to the state for any remedies for people who are subject to the abuse of police, however few they may be. And so I think it's in city number one to put it on its legislative agenda as a priority, but more importantly, to recognize that it has a responsibility that any private company would have for the conduct of its employees. And if one of its employees assaults somebody else and doesn't do it under lawful circumstances, that the city has a responsibility to compensate that person. But the city doesn't accept that responsibility. And this is maybe a subject of a subsequent discussion about the interplay between these policies and how insurance dictates what the city does. The city doesn't dictate it, the insurance company does. And so there are many problems here that need to be addressed, but I have to urge you to consider the fact that there are victims here who are entitled to remedies. We, in many ways, focus on the problems, but we don't give the remedies to the victims. So I'll leave you with that.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to say that I was only generally aware of what your Reimagining a Just Charlottesville group was up to, and I was really interested to hear a lot of the very specific recommendations. I just say I haven't thought about them. I want to think about them, but I was very impressed with a lot of the work. So thank you all very much.
Yes, thank you. I guess my only, just as we kind of try to come to a close, just obviously we've seen specific recommendations coming from each group, and just trying to figure out from here, where do we go with vetting, like what recommendations, how to pursue those recommendations. I'm just not really sure how that looks.
So from, I have like 2 more pages that I didn't read. And so what we'll be doing is this letter will go around to our group, and it's all of our notes from the entire time we've been meeting, and all of the recommendations, all the topics we discussed, and and some of the recommendation, primarily and it's called the initial recommendation. And I told Vice Mayor McGill when we spoke yesterday that we are just really getting started. Every time we had a conversation, there felt like, hundreds of things. Each meeting, we're running over, lots of discussion, because we just ran into a lot of things that's outside of our control. We had the chief magistrate come and talk, and then we had Delegate Hudson come to talk to her about, some of the information that we needed from the Department of Corrections to influence the work, because the data that Neil talked about is just our local jail. One of the things I tried to look at when I was in college, and that because I knew so many people and have not seen the information to date, was the number of people in the state and federal prison system, and those numbers. And so it's even more people than Neil talked about. So there are so many, it's so vast, and it's so many things that need to
Hey,
happen.
Mayor Walker.
Uh-huh.
This is Joe. I'm so sorry to interrupt. May I quickly?
Yes.
I'm going to hit mute. I'm going to say something and then hit mute. Can you make the point that we're all on the same page in your working group of this work, that there's consensus and unanimity with what we're doing? And I'm going to hit mute, but like that we're all on the same page with working towards something more specific. And I think that's important. I think that's an important point to make.
Yeah, you can go ahead and make it after you just started.
No, I mean, I think Heather's question is great. Like, well, so, okay, so what do you want us to do? And I think just for everyone listening, we're not all sitting there like having all these different conversations with each other. I think it goes to Chief Brackney's. I lost my notes about common vision and purpose, but we're all on the same page with this, and we're gonna deliver a unified message, with what we need to do. So I guess I want to throw that out, that this is, turning an ocean liner around in the middle of it's going to take us some time, but we have a group that's unified without dissent on some of these things. I just want to make sure I pointed that out.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah, there's so many things, so many more conversations we need to have, information that we're waiting for. But we've kind of landed on just a few things to start, because you're never going to figure out everything at once. And even once you change those things, you'll figure out that more things need to change. I think the most important thing to look at is that we've talked to everyone that we could talk to almost. I think District 9 was the only representative. We didn't have a representative from District 9 that came. We even had, Chief Brackney and Joe talked about the LEAD program, and we had the Tim Martin from the Commonwealth Attorney Office in Augusta County come and talk about their LEAD program. And we've talked about a youth court. We've talked about education. I mean, we've talked about everything. And these are just really starting points. And, one of the things that we're still in Joe's office is the data system, creating that, and just looking at those points that Chief Brackney and Nancy have started looking at in his office, too, and being able to see, Prosecutor Nancy, if she's still here, she's looking at in some of this initial research, judges and how they sentence. So it's a lot of work that's still left undone, and those things are going to require some funding, and it's also going to require whoever's at the table, in the city to be vision and valued aligned. Joe, I think those were the words that you were probably looking for. And
no, Chief Brackney.
And it hasn't been easy. I mean, Jeff kicked himself out of the group once because he didn't, didn't necessarily feel that he was acting right, but I talked him into coming back. And there were, of course, times where we were all pulling our hair out. But again, it's people who've dedicated their entire lives to seeing this work done. And even some of the attendees, I got so many comments about my support of Chief Brackney, and there were a lot of things that we were trying to figure out, and we didn't have all the answers yet. But even with the defund, people just didn't think that we were doing anything. And there have been Facebook posts and tweets that just said that I was like blindly, supporting her. But I hope with my family coming on today, and, all the people that I grew up with, and even having a friend who, Elijah started crying, but a friend who that she was carrying when we were in high school on here talking, I would never follow anyone blindly. I have never done it in my entire life, but I would not do it in a topic like this where so many people's lives have been negatively impacted. And so moving forward for the counselors and the, new council members who are coming on, it's going to be very important for people to remove themselves feelings, any kind of roadblocks and any reasons that they may make decisions that are not, you know, based on looking at the facts of who is most impacted by the system remaining the same, and placing those individuals in the forefront with every decision that you make. And no matter what decisions that people make, understand the systemic reasons that some individuals make those decisions. And even if you still don't get that, the systemic, you can look at the work that Nancy presented, where based on race, if you do the same action, your action is viewed differently. And if we can just get to that place where we don't want anyone filling our jails and prison, and we make decisions from that point, we'll just have a more equitable community. And some of the consequences that you know, Black and Black families, because we are the ones who have been here and have been in the system, and all the data talks about Black, but Black and brown people are experiencing this community. It just needs to change. Any other?
Can I talk a minute?
Yeah.
I just want to, I guess, thank everyone, the working group. I guess what Joe was saying, we came out all on the same page somewhat, but you know, it's just
Sherry, I didn't say that. I didn't say we get on the same page.
Well, you know what I mean.
No, I don't know what you call and yell at me about one time a week, but I'm gonna go ahead and let you go.
Yeah. No, I don't. Well, that's one thing grassroots Nakai are able to do. We're able to go to Joe and not scream, but plead with him. And most time he listens. Yeah, I just want to, you know, because I think all of us came from different angles, you know, like Congress attorneys and every public defenders, but I guess, you know, just to see the dedication of people who have been doing this work and who are willing to, you know, make things better for people lives. For me, that's very impressive, and I'm just grateful. And I'm grateful you, Nakai, for creating this. I see you had a lot of knowledge about what goes on in the criminal justice system, and I'm just grateful for the work that somehow we all put together. The chief, all that great data. That was absolutely mind blowing for me. So, yeah. But just remember, you know. And I know it's a complicated system, you know, to have to work around, but I think we have the data before us. We have the information before us. Community members have been screaming about it for some time. So now it's right there before us. So I would like to see us to continue to move forward, you know, with that work to, you know, change lives. So I'm just so grateful for the information. I don't have to scream no more, Joe. Jeff and I, but it's a start in the right direction, and I'm truly grateful for people who are willing to take the time, who took all that, you know, their daily schedule to come out at night, and we stayed like 3 or 4 hours all the time to, you know, 5 or 6 hours or whatever, and to continue this work. So I'm just truly grateful and appreciate everybody's hard work. Thank you guys so much, and hopefully I can continue to work with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, if you don't mind, because I'm sure this will be the last time I'll be able to get together with both of these groups. One recommendation I would make is I sat on both of these groups for over a year with the understanding that mental health and our responses to there are part of being a just Cville. It was not separate. And I sat on that group up until September 3rd. of this year. So I just want to clarify, not a past member that wasn't involved all the way up until September 3rd of this year. And the reason it's important to have somebody from policing to be in both groups and possibly have the same person is because these systems are not going to operate interdependent of each other. They're going to be dependent on each other. And you cannot influence our responses to mental health and put those persons in crises or those persons who are being led into the criminal legal system, because oftentimes we are criminalizing mental health. And that becomes part of the lack of justice for people getting adequate and continuing healthy care when they are experiencing crises or when they are experiencing another type of crises and possibly having to be introduced into the criminal legal system. So I want to thank you not just for this group, but I have a very clear memory that both groups were started by under your leadership with a suggestion that Myra had been coming to the group, and I hope I don't embarrass her, that Myra had been coming forward, and this was something she was extremely interested in. It was something that Vice Mayor McGill was interested in, and it was something that Councilor Snook was interested in. And it was definitely something that I have been interested in as well. So if any recommendation moving forward is that there is somebody who co-populates both of these groups who can then bring that information back and forth between those groups, since that is no longer a position I will be able to hold. And I thank each and every one of you who have allowed me to participate. Pastor Foles, Ms. Henley, Sonny Saxon, I know I dragged you into this at the last minute, knowing you were a part that was missing from all of this when we were putting this group together. And thank you for accepting that invitation. Jeff, I am grateful, although it may not always seem, for our headbutting, but it really did stretch me. It made me grow, it made me think about things very differently. And I see Liz and Janice for pushing me to be a better version of myself and always trying to see it through someone else's lens, and how a system in which I participate in voluntarily can have the type of trauma and impact that it does on communities. And for that, I'm grateful.
There's no minutes, but Fogel just smiled.
Hey, let me say to the chief.
This is what happens in our group.
Hey, Chief, the data you put on tonight, girl, you rock.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and that's what I was, when I thought about, early on how to break this down, there were so many parts to it, but, Myra was on us. She was one of the community members who kept emailing and saying, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? And then every time Myra would email, Councilor Snook would email and say, Myra emailed us. What are we going to do? We have to tell folks something, and then mention in the community, the call for the defund. And that's one of the main, major things we also have to do. We have community members who are saying, defund as in abolish, defund as in decrease budget. And I think, transparency and us, again, coming up with a common understanding of where we are now and what moving forward could possibly look like, and what it would take to get to a point where no police department exists, which we are just not at yet. Nowhere close, and probably not in many of our lifetimes will we get there, unfortunately. And again, from a person who, as I say all the time, and Chief Brackney says that's not how it works, it's like in my head. And I always operate from like, so since it's happening in my head like that, how do we get there? But then it's people who don't operate the way it does in my head, who says we're not there. And so, these are the facts. And so I think us presenting that information to, the community and coming up with, an understanding, because there's so much, lack of trust. There was lack of trust because people didn't have enough information. And now there's lack of trust about, the decisions have been made and how they've been carried out. And just moving forward, we just need to keep in mind the people who can come and tell stories. Like, I'm 28, I have a 9-year-old, I spent 6 years in federal prison. And you all think about where you were at in your 20s and where you want your kids to be in their 20s, and that everybody's family deserves that. Vice Mayor McGill or Councilor Snook, any closing words?
I got nothing. It's been 5 hours. No, it's been a very good night. I thank you all very much. And also, I thank everybody for a year's worth of work in both groups.
Very grateful.
And Chip Mooney, any, especially, you know, with the position that we're in now, are there any comments?
Mayor, I would just say, as everybody has said, yes, it's been a long night. Every second of it has been worth it, educational. All the numbers, all the data is great, but the life stories to me really is what sets the stage for this. I'm really interested, of course, from the bureaucratic side of how to take the recommendations and how to get those and start moving those forward into implementation. You know, clearly it's going to be policy. It's definitely going to be money. And so the sooner we can start pushing that through, I think we can start getting some wins. So I'm really interested to start seeing what the priority recommendations are to start working on.
Thank you. All right, so I think we're done. So everyone have a good night. Thank you all for all of your work and the presentation, and it, you know, it's also important. And hopefully the two groups will figure out a way to merge, and that all the work that has been started will be continued, and all the conversations that still need to be had will continue to be had. And the only thing that I'll ask is that one of the things that in my time of working with nonprofits and in systems, things are just so slow. And I think the people in our group who've been on other groups, one of the things was just the willingness for us to just move forward without even having, you know, all the answers. Janice asked us when we were coming up with the presentation, like, we are not finished yet. What are we going to be presenting? And so you all see what came out of that even after her question, and there's still so much more we could have talked about that we don't have complete information and things. So things are very slow, and people's lives just can't afford that slow pace that government usually takes. And I know I frustrate people because I don't move that slowly, but to make an impact immediately, things are going to have to pick up and, you know, go full steam ahead. And just keep, I hope all of the leaders on this call and the community members watching, the leaders make those changes and the community members demand those rapid and drastic and quick changes. All right, meeting adjourned. Have a good night.
Thank you.